Copy.
All right. Skip these ads. All right. We are up.
Hello, hello.
How's it going, everybody? Good to see everybody. Hope everyone's having a good start to the weekend. And
Yeah,
as things continue at the NFL draft, we got the second and third rounds tonight. Let me minimize this screen so y'all can actually see the pick tracker that I got ready to go. But welcome to night two. Probably a lot more fantasy relevant stuff on the horizon for us after a super exciting night one.
absolutely. I mean, we saw four receivers. We saw a run, obviously, the expected top four receivers go in the 20s. We saw only three of the quarterbacks go. Will Levis fell to the second round. A little bit of a surprise. Hendon Hooker was kind of on the fringe, I think, as far as the mocks showed on that end of the first, top of the second.
Mm-hmm.
So we saw three quarterbacks go. Only one tight end, Dalton Kincaid, Michael Mayer, and Darnell Washington, probably the other two that were considered possible first round picks, both not in the first round. And yeah, obviously running backs, we saw Bijan, which, early for a running back, but kind of not a big surprise. He went that high. And then Gibbs was really, to me, the surprise of the draft overall. And as far as fantasy football goes, probably the most surprising landing spot, draft capital, kind of the whole shebang. What did you think about that, Nick?
So I was actually dealing with a slight tech issue that I think is now resolved. Our video was a little frozen, but it is no longer, so that's good. Sorry about that. It's always something. Okay, we are square. What was the question about? I know it was about the goings on of the first round.
I was just kind of reviewing the positional what we saw. So I was saying that, quarterback, we saw three of them go. Will Levis, the one that, maybe expected to go higher and fell out of the first round completely. Hooker, also kind of considered a possible late first rounder by some mocks, but he fell into the second as well. Tight ends, we only saw Kincaid, Michael Mayer, and you could argue Darnell Washington. I know some mock drafters had him going at the end of the first. And then for receivers, we saw that run of four in a row. JSN, Quentin Johnston, Zay Flowers, and Jordan Addison. Maybe a little surprise that JSN fell, but
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I mean, those were the four we were expecting. But as far as the running backs go, Bijan, pretty much par for the course as far as what was expected. Landing spot makes sense. High pick. So for fantasy wise, that's going to be super attractive. Obviously, Arthur Smith loves to run the ball, but I'd say the surprise of the draft, probably from both an NFL and fantasy perspective, Jameer Gibbs, excuse me, to the Lions at 12, trade up to get, or in the trades, got that pick, drafted Gibbs. What did you think, Nick? I mean, Gibbs really kind of set the tone as far as the calamity that this draft has had so far.
Yeah, it's twofold, right? I mean, at this point, we're seeing all over the place that the Lions are receiving calls for DeAndre Swift, and I've been seeing questions throughout the day in Discord and on Twitter about what to do with DeAndre Swift if you have him in Dynasty. That was remains. I mean, we were shocked by the pick when it was made, and the feeling is no less different today. That it's just at the moment, it's just a cluster that Detroit backfield as to what to do with it. So I mean, they can't keep. They have to move on from DeAndre Swift. Jameer Gibbs is an incredibly similar skill set. So why spend the 12th overall pick on him and then keep DeAndre Swift when the rumors have been thus far that he's fallen out of favor with them anyway. I mean, so it behooves the Lions at this point to move him. It's a fresh start opportunity for Swift if something is able to materialize. But then on the flip side, it's just who's going to trade for a running back, even one who's still young like Swift is. I mean, there's lots of questions. There were more questions that arose from that pick than answers. I mean, the answer is they love Gibbs and they think he's a special player. Otherwise, you don't take him 12 overall. but what are you doing with that backfield having just spent solid money on David Montgomery and still having DeAndre Swift? So, I mean, there's lots of questions that I think we still need to sift through, and we're happy to talk through those. If any of you, if anybody's watching, coming in, and I guess my first official of the night, thank you for joining us. If you are here, if you are in this type of situation, let us know. We're happy to talk through it, happy to talk shop with you guys if you do have that issue with DeAndre Swift on your dynasty roster. That's the big fallout. And we'll see what happens there, at least from a dynasty perspective. As far as the receivers, I mean, I think they did, for the most part, end up in favorable spots,
Yeah, I
favorable
would
landing spots.
say as far as that goes, JSN to Seattle, it's going to be interesting to start there just because you imagine he's probably the number three. They've got an established two-man wrecking crew over there with Lockett and DK Metcalf, but I don't hate the spot. I think Lockett's probably not long for that team. I mean, I don't know what his contract, another couple of year. So, I mean, they used a first round pick on him. So I imagine he'll obviously get usage. The favorite landing spot of all of them, it, Quentin Johnston in LA with Herbert. I think it's going to be great. Obviously, similar situation, though, where we're going to see Keanu Neal at some point phased out. But
Mm-hmm.
Jordan Addison at in Minnesota was really interesting. He'll slip right into the number two role, right, like with Adam Thielen heading out behind Justin Jefferson. So I think as long as they throw the ball and in that offense, we saw them do that and make something nice out of Jefferson. I think we're going to see some good numbers out of Addison next year and moving forward.
Yeah, he's redraft relevant this year. For that reason, for the opportunity. Now, if people start going gun ho and drafting him in the 6th round, I'm probably not going to have very many shares, if any at all. But I mean, if he settles in like a 7th or 8th round ADP, where that's a little bit more, palatable.
Yeah,
That's I'm fine taking a chance on something like that.
yeah,
On an opportunity like that. So happy to continue to talk about the first round and the fallout from the first round, but we are, I guess, in the midst of kicking off here for what's yet to come. And again, thanks everybody for coming in and hanging out. Rojo's back. Good to see you, man. Crumply Heads. Crumply Heads was we were talking in Discord earlier about some DeAndre Swift stuff. I think he was able to flip him today for a 24 first round pick. So nicely done there. As far as
yeah.
as far as I'm
Seriously.
concerned. Rojo asks who we think's the first pick today is going to be, and that's just overall. Um,
Ste- yeah, Steelers leading off here.
yeah.
I'm kind of looking right now at who they were doing some visits with and whatnot. Porter obviously one of the top talents left. You'd like to see them get another corner over there. So I don't hate that for them. They did have they used a local visit on him, so
Mm-hmm.
it doesn't use one of their top 30 because he's considered local with proximity at Penn State, but definitely had multiple visits with Porter. So yeah, I would go ahead and say Porter is probably who they're targeting at this point, and happy to get him at in the second round.
Sure. Yeah, I mean that would make sense. He was, a lot of people had him mocked in the first round anyway. We talked at length yesterday about the importance of defensive backs to counter, the direction that the NFL has gone in as far as it's a passing league. Um, and then of course you've got that intangible. He's a Porter who is also a Steeler. So I mean, they can absolutely go that route. They're clearly like you said during this whole pre-draft process showed an interest in him. We were when we were playing our little bit of our challenge last night where we were kind of trying to predict each pick ahead of
Yeah,
time. Porter's name kept coming up by the time we were in like that 17, 18, 19 range. So we thought he's essentially and that's part of the draft. You feel like a guy is a lock to get selected in the first round. So the fact that he
totally.
didn't, he feels like a safe pick or feels like a safe prediction of what the first pick in the draft will be today. I will say, and this was something I saw on Twitter earlier today, the thought process here as far as the quarterbacks, just to bring it back a little bit more to the fantasy relevant guys. So, now Will Levis, Hendon Hooker, the hopefully not stating too much of the obvious here, but the fifth year option is obviously no longer in play. So
Correct.
do we see these guys drop now just because there's so few immediate opportunities?
I don't know if because of the fifth round option not being available, I do obviously that's an attractive feature for the first round picks for these teams, but we could see them drop. I mean, we already have, right? But you see that back end of that first, it's just not quarterback needy teams down there. So
Right.
really to me, the interesting team is going to be what Tennessee does because they're the most quarterback needy team left, in my opinion, of those, lower tiered squads that wouldn't just be taking, a flyer on somebody to, potentially be a backup or sit behind and see what they figure out. I just don't think Tannehill's, got much left in the tank in general. And I think Tennessee's ready to, explore what's out there. They obviously didn't go that direction in the first round and, may have worked out for them. We'll see what happens.
I would put the Raiders in there too. Like they could
That's fair.
use a guy. So
Yeah, no, that's a good point. That's a good point.
it,
I
you
just
know,
don't. They don't have a pick for a while, right? They're pick. I guess at 38 they do. Okay, so never mind.
so they're in play, and I would. I mean, I know. I feel like we're going to kind of differ on this one here. I don't hate Jared Goff, but like, do you are you definitively are you like 100% both feet in, just like, yeah,
No,
we're gonna rock with him for like at least this year, and we feel good about that. Like, are you 100% on that?
this year, I think so.
Okay, all
And
right,
now the thing that changes obviously is now we're not in the first round. I didn't see the Lions using a first rounder on a quarterback, but I didn't see them using the 12th pick on Gibbs and
right.
a mid first on a linebacker. So they're already kind of doing questionable things. I'd say as far as head scratchers go for teams drafting, that was the biggest one as out of the 32 teams. But yeah, I mean, we'll see. I think a later round, mid round pick on a quarterback makes sense for Detroit for sure because it still is Jared Goff. He had a good year last year and could continue that. Obviously, it's a shame with Jameson Williams being suspended to start the season. We don't get to see him in full action with that offense, but they've got a great O line. They just added another pass catching utility weapon in Gibbs. I did want to touch really quickly, if you don't mind me segueing, Nick, to you mentioned earlier about having DeAndre Swift on your dynasty teams.
Sure. And I think Crumply
How,
Heads is in the chat right now, so I know he's interested in hearing what you have to say.
yeah, I'm operating as though he is not on the Lions
Okay.
by the time training camp starts
Okay.
because there is no, I mean, Gibbs comes in, he's basically just an upgrade to Swift, like a better Swift, in my opinion. I mean, you may disagree with that. Swift's shown flashes, but clearly Detroit is done with his injuries and inability to be used. I mean, kind of like a Kawhi of the NFL in a way with the load management, and at least that's the route Detroit's clearly taken
But
with
with
his
much
usage.
less of a track record to this point.
Exactly. Not Finals MVP
Right,
multiple
not that
teams type
accomplished.
things.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Right.
But I
So
hear your point.
I think he'll be traded, and we're going to see Gibbs and Montgomery as the duo there. And so, if you're doing any best balls before that happens, I'm jumping on Gibbs for sure. I don't know what his value's at right now. I haven't looked at those ADPs yet since the first round happened. But I imagine that he's probably fallen from where he was. I think he was in the sixth round before the draft started. So maybe he fell a little bit. Maybe try to capitalize on that. I really like what Gibbs has, assuming Swift is gone, and I'm gonna move forward with that as my assumption because it just makes too much sense to get rid of Swift if they kept him and Montgomery and Gibbs. That's too crowded. No, doesn't make any sense.
There's no need. That's a lot of capital in one backfield that they don't need. Um,
Nick, I
we'll
just to
see.
interrupt. Sorry. What's your clock at? I just want us to sync up here now
Right.
that
Well, I'm
we're
at
going.
the
Well, pick is in for me.
the Steelers are at 322 for me, 321, and now 320. So there is a bit of a delay for this streaming software that we're using, guys. So again, similar situation as last night. You are all likely going to know the pick before we do. That's just the cost of the setup that I have over here to make it try to look a little nicer and sound cleaner for you guys. Which, by the way, hopefully both are crystal clear compared to yesterday. So we are on a bit of a delay, but just like last night, we're going to do the same thing tonight. You might have to wait a bit longer with us than you do with others, but the analysis is on its way. I think I think you're getting clear on, hopefully mostly unbiased thoughts here, within each scenario, with each pick, with each selection, with each potential move or maybe even trade that happens for the duration of the night. So just bear with us, but I do see that the pick is finally in for Pittsburgh at long last.
Yep. So I think I'm a little ahead of you. So when the next clock starts, we'll sync that up a little better. I don't want to be, taking that away from you too much. But I'm going to go ahead and say Joey Porter is probably the pick here. We don't need to do the whole every
I
single
don't think we're
one
gonna
like
we
last
won't
time,
we won't play
but
that game tonight. It's gonna the randomness was crazy last night. It's gonna be even more nuts tonight.
very much.
Especially with everybody's favorite. The Lions are the drunk uncle of this draft, and they're coming up in two picks. So I mean,
Yep.
get ready for something wild. Crumply heads, I will bring up your trade question as soon as we know this
The,
Steelers pick and get a chance to talk about it a little bit.
yep.
We can kind of fast track it if it is in fact Porter. We'll see what this is, but it is something that involves. It's not DeAndre Swift related. It involves Jamison Williams, another Lion. So we'll be sure to get into that. Tentatively, I do think I like what you're getting here. But we'll talk about that here. We'll talk about that here shortly because I'm sure you guys are probably already dissecting whatever selection the Steelers made.
Yes. And just to remind everyone, this is the pick they received in the Chase Claypool trade.
Yeah, they essentially traded whoever this guy is for Chase Claypool. So if it turns out to be Joey Porter, that feels like that's a win for Pittsburgh. Even though,
And it is Joey Porter, Nick.
there you go.
Confirmed.
Yeah, I mean, good, solid pick, good, strong pick. A guy that, I mean, and keep in mind, number 32, pick 32, is usually in every other year a first round pick. So, I mean, you're getting a super talented player here if you're Pittsburgh. Um, a guy who, by all accounts, again, through the notion of it being the 32nd pick, should have been a first round pick. Just, the Miami Dolphins got into a little bit of trouble, and that's why they only had 31 of those guys last night. But Porter, the Steelers, makes a lot of sense for a lot of reasons.
Yep.
If you told the Steelers when they made that trade that this is who they would be getting with the 32nd pick, I think they would do that trade again. And I have been somebody who has liked Chase Claypool, but it does feel like that arrow is trending down.
Yeah. I'm happy to not have any shares of Claypool at this point. I mean, he looked good coming out that rookie year, so I understand people that made a move to grab him, and it's just a shame. It's I don't see it going well. Just with them bringing in DJ Moore, you already have Mooney there. Justin Fields to me isn't going to be a volume thrower, so I don't really want to. I don't want Claypool in any of my redraft leagues. I mean, you'd see it maybe if there was an injury on the receiving core midseason, but yeah, it's I think the arrow is pointing down for Claypool.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, and this will be my last thought here, just, not to get too off track. His ADP is free in best ball these days, and even if you get 2 or 3 spike weeks from him, I'm not afraid to. I'll take him here and there, not all the time, certainly not. I think I only have one share of him thus far, in best ball, but that would be something where it's like, okay, I could do that. That's about it though.
Yeah.
So to get back to Crumplyhead's trade, he'd be
So I'm
giving.
trying. I'm trying to understand this. I couldn't.
So
Late 23 first, 23 mid second, 23 third, and 24
24 third
third.
for Jamison Williams, James Conner, and Keontae Ingram.
So he's giving up the
He's
picks.
giving up the picks and getting James Conner, and Keontae Ingram.
So okay, County Ingram is
A
kind
A
of
throw.
meh.
Yeah, it's a
A
throw.
throw in. James, I mean, if you're in win, I'm assuming you're in a win now position, right? If you're even looking at getting James Conner.
Right.
Yeah, I don't hate this trade. I
No,
mean,
I don't either. I mean, you're taking a roll of the dice on Jamison Williams, but it's not like an outrageous ask. A late first this year, which we kind of are not. We
is
were.
this super
I think it is super flex. I mean, but we were battling last night about like we were grappling last night is probably the better word with just like what do you do in the back half of the first round this year if you're dynasty rookie drafts? So to get rid of that for Jamison Williams, like yeah, I'm good with that. And
yeah.
and the Cardinals picked up Paris Johnson, so I mean that's immediate help for the offensive line. It's good for James Conner, so like I would say yeah, go ahead and you can pull that trigger.
I'm gonna yeah, because what you're looking at getting at that late first anyway is probably best case scenario, like a Zay Flowers falls
Yeah,
there. I mean, we'll see where
maybe.
these running backs and receivers fall, but I mean, the guys you're drafting at that pick haven't been drafted yet. And ooh, Cardinals traded the pick, Nick.
Did they now? Who'd they give that pick to?
Let's see, to the Titans. So
Ah,
Titans are jumping up.
Titans are coming to get Will Levis.
Is this to get Will Levis maybe?
Could be.
Jumping the Lions? Are they worried the Lions were gonna target a quarterback like you were saying?
I wonder.
I I I don't hate that at
I
all.
wonder.
See about some looking here at any. Yeah, they did a top 30 visit with Levis, which makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that's the pick here. They also did a visit with Hooker. I mean, local, obviously Tennessee, but yeah, I think Levis is the pick.
I mean, I will say this. I feel like if this is the result, I'm not afraid to take Ryan Tannehill in like super flex best balls. I think he still has his job for this year.
That's fair.
Um, but this would spell the end for Malik Willis. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, I'm not. Yeah, we're not even like talking about him. There's rumors of him traded with. I heard the Niners in some sort of Trey Lance, Malik Willis situation. I think that's kind of simmered down, and obviously with the Titans trading up here, if they take a quarterback, I mean, it's a total shit show in that quarterback room.
sure.
Malik Willis wouldn't even throw the ball, so
Yeah.
it's yeah. I think we've seen the end of Willis, and and we clearly understand why he fell out of the first round
Yeah.
from last season.
There were some smoke and mirrors going into the 2022 draft as it pertains to Malik
Yeah,
there.
definitely.
So we'll
Here
see what
comes
happens with
Raj.
what they do here, but that would seem to, and Crumpleheads did confirm it is super flex. So yeah, I mean at the like let's you said late first. Let's say it's like the 110. I mean you're talking about before that pick. It's Young, Stroud, Richardson, Bijan. I'm not in no particular order. Bijan, the four receivers that went last night, and Gibbs. I mean,
Gibbs,
you're already at 9 picks. There
Will
you
Levis
go.
to the Titans.
Yeah, I mean,
Nick,
I
we'll
guess yeah.
go ahead.
Crumpleheads. Your best case scenario might be Charbonnet in that situation.
We'll see where he goes. He may jump into the cluster with those receivers
Sure.
too. I don't know what his actual. Do we know what the actual pick is at the late 23rd? Crumply heads. Could you expand on that a little bit? I mean, I'm doing the deal regardless because to me, I like Jamison Williams better than other than JSN, any of the other receivers in this draft.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking about the landing spots earlier, and I meant to say this point. Keep in mind, as much as I was praising Jordan Addison's landing spot, and I do like Zay Flowers, Quentin Johnston, it pales in comparison to the talent from last year. I mean,
Yeah. Agreed.
you had four guys go in the top 12 receiver wise between Olave, Wilson, Williams, and London. Then you had Dotson at 16. Like it was just kind of mayhem, and they've all for the most part panned out. I mean, Treylon Burks, we got to see to be determined how he pans out. Didn't have the most productive year last year, but
No.
yeah, I would go grab Jamison Williams and take advantage of the fact that he fell into this gambling issue and a technicality more so. Definitely not something I'm concerned about character
The
issue wise.
character issue or whatever. He said it's literally the 110. So I mean, there you go. You're talking about like depending on it could be Charbonnet depending on his landing spot. It could be Zay Flowers if it's a good one. It could be Charbonnet if it's not a good one. Um, yeah, I think it's a good. I think it's a good get.
Yeah, and then you're also 23 seconds, so probably mid second. So yeah, I mean, yeah, if you're in win now, pull the trigger because James
Go for it.
Conner's gonna get work, especially with Kyler out.
I'm on board.
You have the face mask cosign to send that
Yeah,
trade.
make that happen. Um,
Let us know how that goes, Crumpley Heads. Very interested to see if you make that happen.
yeah, I think it's a good move. Lions are on the clock. Everyone's favorite team from last night. I mean,
Definitely.
there's.
Did they? Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, there's a. I mean, they could do a million different things here. I mean, you could package this pick with Swift in a trade if somebody's banging the door down for even Hendon Hooker because now that Will Levis is it's either Hooker or nothing at this point if you need a quarterback or if you want a quarterback. So I mean, and just like that, the pick is in for the Lions. So uh, that's
We're
out the window.
flying. We're flying here.
That's out the window. Yeah, and we'll see that a little bit more now. The speed of the second and third rounds starts to go up.
La, Laporta. Wow. Michael Mayer not taken.
Sam Laporta over Michael Mayer is a colossal development. I know this guy is an
Interesting.
RAS god. Um, Probably a little bit more of a pure pass catcher than Mayer, but I think he's correct me if I'm wrong here. I don't know if you have his off the top of your head measurables, but I think he's on the smaller side for a tight
Laporta.
end.
I can find out. He is, let's see, listed 6'4", 250. So yeah, definitely a little shorter than some of the other top guys we've seen.
Right. I mean, Travis Kelsey's 6'5", or so. I guess 6'4" is not terrible.
Yeah, no, it's not like he's not like tiny,
It's
but
not like he's
it's
6'1".
yeah. No, I mean, listen, I think Laporta is definitely for fantasy purposes, dynasty like
He just shot
late
up.
later tight end. I was gonna be interested in.
That's a
He
second round pick
certainly
now.
he certainly jumps up that a little bit with what we just watched there.
And look at the opportunity. I mean, Hawkinson's gone.
Yeah, no, that's the thing, and obviously why they picked him so high. So just a couple quick notes I have on Laporta. Good with the ball in his hands.
Yep.
So good with after the catch.
Yep.
57% of his yards actually last year came after the catch. Good route runner. He was a former wide receiver, so that's where he gets that. His contested catches, as you would imagine, with that smaller frame for a tight end, weren't the best, but he is athletic, very fast. So that's Lions are definitely looking to get another pass catcher out there, another weapon for Jared Goff in this offense, and Laporta definitely fits that mold. So I don't hate the pick at all.
Big time jump up to his value in dynasty rookie drafts. Rojo, you did call it, nicely done. And Nemo, good to see you, man. Year-long member, appreciate the hell out of you. Thanks for coming in. Hope you guys hope the weekend's off to a good start. Hope everybody's happy with what happened with their team thus far. Sam Laporta just got a nice bump up, and we're rocking and rolling tonight. So thanks for coming in and hanging out, guys.
So just so we know the trade, so everyone's aware, it was the 33 and 80 and pick 81, so fourth rounder.
Yep. Or
For 41 72.
81's a third.
Third rounder, third. I
Yeah.
misspoke. Sorry, third rounder and 41. 4 to go back to 41 up to 72, so 81 to 72, and then they also got a 24 third out of it. So a few flips. They flip picks in the second and third round this year. and then got another third out of it for um, Tennessee.
There you go.
Sorry for Arizona. I misspoke. Arizona.
We're off and running so far. Okay, so there
Yes,
you go.
sir.
And Detroit gets their tight end of the future presumably here. So good, strong draft capital for Sam Laporta. Um,
Mm-hmm.
that's that's a development. Him going over Michael Mayer for sure, who was pretty much. I think there's a lot of people. The consensus was he would be the first tight end off the. It wasn't a matter of if; it was just a matter of where was he going and who would take him as the first tight end off the board. Now he's at best the third tight end off the board. So I imagine he's not long to be taken,
No, I wouldn't think so.
but we'll
Well,
see
Nick,
here.
I might have just seen something here. Vegas trade. I missed that. Vegas traded up to take the Colts pick.
There you go.
Are they looking at Hendon Hooker here? Maybe.
This might be, I mean, we talked about the Titans and the Raiders being the two teams we could conceivably see still wanting to grab a quarterback. The Titans did their move. I mean, this to me makes sense. I got to imagine the pick is Hooker. Got to imagine the pick is Hooker. Um, while we wait for that, Crumbly Heads, the trade is through. He seems excited about it, so happy to talk through that. By the way, Nemo said welcome to Will. Will is doing his Will is he is this is his this is his debut weekend. So yeah.
Appreciate it. And Michael Mayer to Vegas. Replace Waller.
There's the Waller replacement, and they also shout out to Foster Moreau. He's they had to replace him as well, at least for the probably for the entirety of this season. um he was diagnosed with a form of cancer, I believe, right when he was working out for the Saints. Or
Yes.
yeah, so
Yes.
the failed physical revealed that. So you know replaces him as well. So
Yep.
number one, best wishes to Foster Moreau. But number two, that does make sense. The Raiders did have a significant need here after trading Darren Waller, plus plus Foster Moreau. So there we go. There's the
Makes
new.
sense. Makes sense. I mean, we're seeing some picks that I guess I would say line up with logic here as far as veterans or players we've seen moved from their previous teams.
Sure.
Rams are on the clock. Hey Nick, what's the timer for the Rams so I can sync us up here a little better?
Yeah. So let me see. I haven't. They haven't started. They haven't showed the timer for me yet. I don't know why my delay is so significant right now. I don't think I usually have
Yeah,
this long of a delay. Maybe my box is on the fritz a little bit here. I'm not 100% sure why that would be the case, but
your box is on the fritz. You should go see your gynecologist about that.
heyo. So I'm still seeing that the Raiders pick is. I see that, of course, that we're well. Okay, now I see. Now I finally see that the Rams are on the clock here. It says 2:20, 2:20, 2:19, 18.
I'm at
17,
15, 16, 15.
2:15, 2:14, 13.
We're locked. We're synced in,
We're
baby.
in
Let's go.
lockstep. All right, you love to see it.
And
You
I'm
love to
gonna
see it.
make sure to hide this so I'm not seeing the updates. I just wanted to make sure I have the picks correct. Yeah, Rams are on the clock.
And so, one of the other things that we didn't, one of the other fallouts of the Jahmyr Gibbs getting selected 12th overall that we didn't yet touch on today, because Nemo kind of alluded to it, is what do you do at the 102 in one quarterback dynasty rookie drafts? Like, do you continue to take Smith and Jigba, who had kind of, as recently as Wednesday, kind of what felt like stamped himself as the 102, or
Yeah.
or has Jahmyr Gibbs entered that conversation?
I'm sticking to no. Gibbs is definitely not entered that conversation for me. You know, I don't see him getting that work. I mean, the reason Bijan's up there obviously is his talent, but the workload he's going to get in Atlanta is going to be insane. I mean, this may have been the best landing spot, honestly, for him. I know I might seem biased with that, but just watching what Arthur Smith did. If you guys weren't on yesterday, I was going on about what Tyler Algier was able to do in Atlanta in that Arthur Smith scheme. So I just see Bijan inserting into that role. The offensive line is just run blocking machine over there. They're gonna make he could justify in a redraft league a top 5 pick. I mean, it's gonna be a good year for Bijan, I imagine. So yeah, Gibbs just to get back to that, not going him at 2. I just don't trust he's going to get that workload. He might have hyper efficiency, but I'm going quarterback. I mean, 2 guys that were highly touted went 1 and 2. I like either them, and then we got to consider what Richardson's going to be able to do at the 4th overall pick to the Colts.
Yeah.
That offense with him, Jonathan Taylor, Pittman. We'll see if the Colts are down here at the 38th pick. They just flipped with the Raiders. They may get another pass catching weapon. We'll see offensive line perhaps. I mean, it could go any direction, but yeah, one of the quarterbacks for sure. And as we kind of see things unfold, I'd get a better idea of which one I'd go with. But I'm safely putting Gibbs at the 105 or 106 at this point.
In Superflex, and then maybe
Correct.
103 in one QB, but not over Smith-Njigba at the 102. I'm in agreement there.
Yeah,
I'm in
I would
agreement there.
still put Jason. Yeah.
Yeah, Nemo. I would still buy into Smith-Njigba because even if we believe in the talent first and foremost, which is the most important thing here, but even if you're concerned about him, the opportunity to be an alpha somewhere just went pretty much out the window as long as DK's in Seattle. But Tyler Lockett is older. I mean, so you won't have to wait too long for that to come to fruition. Now, Gibbs might feel like the smarter pick this year when it's like week 5 of the NFL season. We might be the narrative might be that Gibbs is playing well and Smith-Njigba is behind DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett. But as this is the long game that we're talking about here.
I have a question. Is related to what's going on here now. Is there any chance the Rams are interested in getting Stafford's heir apparent on the team? Is Hooker in play?
I was thinking that as well. It could be Hendon Hooker. It could also be a wide receiver.
Fair.
They sorely need a wide receiver. Jalen Hyatt is here. Downs is here. Tillman is here. I would think if they want to they went.
Go ahead, sorry.
They took a guard. They took Steve.
Okay.
They took Avila from TCU. That works too. Their offensive line was not good last year.
No, it wasn't.
And
Avila was definitely,
and everything went downhill.
Yep. And Avila was someone that we were, talking about him as, a potential pick yesterday. We were, his name was certainly, tossed around as far as, one of the top linemen still left. But, we didn't expect it necessarily in the first round, but definitely, a good, and what are they saying here? Outland Trophy semifinalist, nation's best interior lineman. Yeah, Avila's a solid player. The TCU offense last year was just good. Hummed and ran. So I don't hate the pick at all.
And I believe he has some experience playing center. I don't know how much, but I believe he has. So there's just some versatility there. So yeah, I mean, met a need, filled a need. They addressed it. They took care of that. So Rams clearly feel like they want to, at least for now, run it back one more year with Stafford and Cooper Kupp and the rest of the crew.
And that we're going to see Seattle make another Denver pick here. The genius of the Russell Wilson trade really, showing itself.
The gift that keeps on giving.
Yeah. Yep. So Witherspoon yesterday, obviously JSN. Falling to them at the pick 20.
Yeah,
so Seattle's setting up to have another good draft, just like last year. Charles Cross and obviously Woolen just coming out of the clouds. So yeah, we're we'll see what they do.
Not to mention workhorse Kenneth Walker.
Can't catch the ball very well though.
Yeah, well, he's gonna be good. Derek
Linebacker Derek
Hall.
Hall. Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
yeah, but
Oh,
had
D.
was
He's like an edge guy. Yeah.
yeah, regularly seen in maybe not every single mock, but plenty of first round mocks. Name regularly came up there, regularly popped up there. First team All SEC. That's going to get you recognition no matter what your numbers were. Um,
Yep.
yeah, I mean, there's not much more to be said here. It's they need help along the line. Seattle does, so that was a significant need for them. Now they go ahead and address that.
Yeah. I mean, we were talking Jalen Carter was a possible pick with them at 5. So D line was in play, no question for Seattle. So Derek Hall, another player that I saw in a couple mocks at the end of the first. So not too surprising. Looks like the
We got to
Colts
trade
have
up to the Falcons.
traded. Oh wow. Okay.
What's the A doing here?
We're in play here, guys. We're in play.
All right. Do they take Hendon Hooker?
I don't think so. I think we're probably taking a
I mean, they could
defensive
get a Jalen
lineman,
Hyatt here.
I would guess.
Just go all in on offense.
They could. 3 minutes to make the pick. Let's see what I'm gonna do the pick tracker. While we're doing that, Nick, if you want to touch, Nemo was asking if we had any thoughts on the trade spots for Swift.
Yeah, I mean, all of those are certain. I don't think the well. I'll let me backtrack for a second. I don't. I just always assume division rivals are just so unlikely to trade with each other. It's not impossible, but you rarely see it. So I'll scratch the Bears from that list. The Chargers are not a candidate there as long as Austin Eckler's on the roster, and I really Eckler's excellent. I think they're going to have a really hard time actually trading him. What it's simple. It's salary plus age equals running back that other teams don't want. So as long as they're paying Eckler, they're not trading for Swift. Kansas City's certainly a realistic scenario. Jerick McKinnon remains unsigned. Clyde Edwards-Helaire is still there, and I guess I'll just leave that at that. And obviously, you have the emergence of Isaiah Pacheco, who looked great last year, but is a 7th-round pick. They have not really invested. I mean, they invested in the backfield. Just it didn't. The results have not panned out. So that one's realistic. I can't imagine they spend more than a 4th. I was going to say 5th, but I guess I'll be a little bit more lenient and say they spend maybe a 4th-round pick to get Swift. It's not going to be higher than that, though.
Atlanta's picks coming in. I'm gonna guess it's probably either Cameron Young or Brian Branch, but Cameron Young makes a lot of sense out of Mississippi State. Jonathan Abram,
Oh,
man,
wow.
love that
Jonathan
guy.
Abram, that's an OG. He was quite good in his day. And they go offensive
Matthew
tackle.
Bergeron, tackle. Okay.
All right. Okay. Wow.
So I wonder if we can slide him into guard because I don't imagine Matthews or McCary are leaving those tackle spots. But I'm always happy to get an offensive lineman, get the trenches going, run the ball, Bijan, baby, let's go.
The identity of the Atlanta Falcons is the worst kept secret right now with what they're doing. 6'5", 318. I guess my default thought process here, just that the fact that you're mentioning that the
Guard.
tackle spots are kind of solid, and if it's a guard, like what's his arm length? How what's the reach? The
Yeah.
longer the arms, the more likely you want them at a tackle spot. If they're a little smaller, then obviously you slide them inside. So that would be just something I'm curious to know about. Obviously something that the Falcons have done their homework on, and every other team. But
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure the arm length specifically, but
I don't expect you to know that right off the top of your head.
He's a big boy.
That's
What you said, 6'5", 3. That's exactly. I'll get better. I'll know all the hand
well,
sizes, all that stuff.
the cognizant test scores.
Yep.
Yeah, well, all that stuff. the hard hitting analysis here
Big time.
at Face Mask. Yeah, and then of course he led the way for Sean Tucker, who is a draft hopeful this year as well. Up
Yes, he did.
up at Syracuse. Although I'm not
Yeah, there.
I'm not high on him though. His efficiency was way down this year compared to 2022, or excuse me, 2021. The 2021-2022 season was better for him.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of his either. Not in the top. He
I
might
mean,
not
he's
even be a top
fast.
10 rookie running back for me.
Yeah, he's fast, but the efficiency went way down, and he was taken off the field a ton on third down. I mean,
Yeah.
that's the. I mean, that's a fantasy red flag. I mean, it's an NFL red flag too for just are you a complete player at the position?
Hmm.
You have to be able to pass block. If he can't do that, that's no bueno.
I'm a little curious as why we traded up to get Berger on there.
Do you know the details of the trade, like or
I'm
the
gonna
or the
look.
or the
I'm looking
the
here. See.
details, the pieces, so to speak? I'm sure the beat guys on Twitter have it.
Yeah, I'll find something.
But I'll just to finish up the thought on Swift. Kansas
Oh,
City
I
would
got it
would
here.
would make sense as a landing spot. I mean, I was gonna say the Patriots because they could use a guy, but I guess I guess not. They brought in Damian Harris. I almost forgot about that. The Eagles, I guess, they have Rashad Penny and Kenny Gainwell. So, and we expect the Eagles to draft a running back. So, I would throw them in the mix. The Broncos could be in the mix. I think Javonte Williams is staring down a long rehab. His injury last year was significant.
Yeah.
It wasn't just an ACL tear. I think it was an LCL as well. I'm not sure if he also got rid of or tore the MCL, but that ACL LCL combo is oftentimes a worst case scenario. Yeah, that's not good.
That's what Dobbins had.
Right. And it took him,
To-
a while
He,
to get
he
back
Yep.
to form. So I would say the Broncos are certainly in play for DeAndre Swift as a result. Probably not the Rams just because they have no draft picks, and for the ones that they do, they need to spend it on other positions. Yeah, I guess
thought
I'll
they
say
had
the
a
Eagles,
decent
the
amount.
Broncos, the Chiefs are all in play there.
I thought they had a decent amount of picks this year. It's not first rounder.
Hmm.
I could be wrong, but
Just feels like they
anyway,
traded all their picks.
the Falcons gave up the 110 to do that swap. So the fourth round pick to swap seconds. So we'll see. I mean, Bergeron, if he can, anchor down that fifth lineman spot, we move Hennessy into center, and then we got the offensive line set as a 5-man unit ready to go. I don't hate that at all. I mean, we're gonna run the ball 30 times a game.
So strap in,
Yep.
lineman. Panthers pick is in. Where do they go here?
It's a good question. I mean, they're off.
Bryce Young.
Let me pull up their
receiver. Jalen Hyatt.
They do need it.
They really need a wide receiver.
I don't hate getting another offensive lineman here. I mean,
Sure.
Atlanta did jump them for that position, so
they maybe go in a different direction.
possibly, yeah. If receiver or O line.
Stewart. Now we're bringing in the celebrities. Jonathan
Just
Stewart
bringing me back to the good old days.
He was a pretty good player.
Mingo.
Wow, Jonathan. Wow.
There he goes. I'm not surprised. He's that big body out of Ole Miss that we've been, this draft is lacking a lot of that. Other than Johnston, really, Mingo
was the only other guy.
Yeah, Tillman's bigger, right? Am I wrong about that?
Tillman
there's
bigger.
not many of them. There's not many big
Tillman's
bodies.
bigger than Mingo. Taller.
Yeah,
anyway.
I a little bit. Yeah, I mean, but yeah, Mingo is nice. And out of Ole Miss, you got to if you're drafting the helmets here, you got to You got to like that because they've been putting
The
out
track record,
receivers.
the recent track record is strong.
They've really kind of popped in as of late as far as the,
Little wide receiver
what
you,
they've output. Yeah, little mini wide
little
receiver you.
mini wide receiver you is Ole Miss.
Yes, sir.
I
So
mean,
yeah, they're
this guy's got a huge opportunity in front of him because the only thing that his well, and they could add more here, I guess, in the draft, but his current competition is DJ Chark and Adam Thielen
and Terrace Marshall
and Terrace Marshall.
and Laviska Chenault.
Ugh, lest we forget. Um, yeah, I mean the opportunity here for him is wide open.
Yeah, I mean, I know they were talking about was it going to be him or Hyatt first, and I think that Mingo is potentially the more secure player for a team. Hyatt just being part of that Tennessee offense, they scheme their guys open. They don't really have to run against press coverage at all. He's not lining up on the line, and when he wasn't successful. So Mingo just going to be able to shake off and get a better release off that cornerback.
Some separation.
Yes, sir.
All right. So his ADP, I'm going to check his. One of the things I'm going to be kind of keeping tabs on now, and this will be changing and ever fluctuating, but at least for Superflex, we'll look at the current ADP. I know that Mingo's is not high at the moment. I mean, he's even in Superflex at the very moment, his ADP is
Are you talking about for best ball or for
no
rookie
Dynasty
drafts?
rookie.
I would think it's in the back of the second, right?
I'm looking. 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 47, 48, 49, 50.
What?
Where is this guy?
Are you on sleeper?
I am on sleeper.
Oh, Nick.
Where's Mingo?
I'll find him.
Wow, his ADP is like essentially non existent.
That doesn't make sense, but you are right. So,
Weird.
yeah, it does kind of make sense. I think his name has been coming up. It's been a riser and more of an interesting name of late, in the last month or so. As I know, I was kind of going over the top 30 visits I was looking at. His name was just bang, bang, bang everywhere. I think he was drawing some attention more recently. What's the
Man,
Saints going to do here, though, Nick?
what are they going to do here?
Any chance they get a running
I
back
was going to
with
say, I
Kamara's
mean, this
issue?
could be telling.
As a Kamara owner in our dynasty league, I really hope it's not. Okay,
Isaiah Foskey,
DN
yeah,
Notre Dame.
they're going back to the well on defense. Then again, we talked about this last night. Cameron Jordan's on. He's getting older. They could replenish that spot with some young talent.
Yes, sir. Cardinals are back up now.
Cardinals back on the clock. Will they make a pick or will they trade back? Because
They've been
that's been the
loving the
theme of the card.
trades.
They love the trade back. Although they did, to be fair, they did trade back up, but they've traded back twice now, in this
Zipping
draft.
all over the place.
Yeah.
So Nick, I was looking up stuff when you were answering Nemo's question here.
Yeah.
What was your final prediction? Did you make one or
Of the Swift landing spots, I kind of listed three of them. If I had to predict, I'll
I heard you said Eagles. What were your other two?
the Chiefs, which is one that Nemo called out, and then I would say the Broncos because of the concern around Javonte Williams probably looking
Okay.
at a lengthy return to play. Um, I mean, I guess by you know process of elimination, the Broncos don't have many picks because they traded them all to Seattle, And the Eagles don't have a significant number of picks either. So I guess that would make me think naturally the Chiefs would be the front runners as far as like, well, we have the capital to make a move.
Yeah.
I would think though they want to maybe spend that on like a DeAndre Hopkins, but
Yeah, I
we'll see.
mean, it's certainly interesting to see what what they think about what they need at running back. Pacheco looked good. I mean, he runs hard,
Yeah,
but he just doesn't have a lot of draft capital, and we know teams are easily willing to move on from a running back that they're not invested in.
it
So,
doesn't take much.
yeah, unfortunately, not the case with DeAndre Swift, seeing as he was a high second rounder, and they are moving on rather quickly.
They seem
Uh,
to like it seems like they can't wait to do that.
An interesting thing to consider actually is if same draft as Clyde Edwards-Helaire, and the Chiefs had the last pick in that draft, and it was definitely mocked that they were taking a running back, and Swift was the considered first running back in that draft class. The Clyde Edwards-Helaire pick really shocked the fantasy world, and is the only reason, that he jumped up draft boards to the number one pick in rookie drafts. I know
Sure.
Nick was victim of that being the case himself. And if
Oops.
Swift had gotten drafted there, maybe we would have seen them have a little more success at that position earlier on prior to Pacheco. Maybe Kansas City is considering that, and they would say, hey, we have an opportunity to bring that guy in here and put him, in the backfield with Mahomes taking snaps. So
Sure.
that is an interesting thing to keep an eye on, in my opinion.
Yeah, I would say by nature of the beast the Chiefs are front runners to add any potential vet on offense to just continue to load up, give Patrick Mahomes
Yeah,
more weapons to work with because why not?
why not? Why not? Curious who the Cardinals go. They do need running back as well, receiver. As a Rondale Moore owner, I'm really hoping receiver is waited on
Yeah, I mean,
by them.
I receiver's not a need at this very moment. We don't know what's
No,
gonna
no, 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 no.
we don't know
I was
what's
just
gonna
reading
happen with
their needs.
DeAndre Hopkins. They could just end up keeping him, whether that makes sense or not is another conversation. But they still have Marquise Brown. You just mentioned they still have Rondale Moore, who they probably don't want to give up on quite yet.
Yeah.
And Greg Dortch emerged last year as far as like a decent depth option. We'll see if he can do it 2 years in a row. But he's back there hanging out too, you know. And you're not going to have
Yeah.
Kyler Murray for probably at the least most of this year anyway. So
Right. I'm thinking their offense is probably all right. I mean, they got Paris Johnson
just
already
address the
yesterday,
defense.
so
Yeah,
the defense would be what I'm targeting. They don't need tight end, running back like they could get, but it's this team's not winning anything anytime soon, so I'm not prioritizing that either. If I'm them, I'm going. The D line is in shambles over there.
sure.
They need to get help there. So Keon White still available. Um, let's see. I got my little list here of other other guys I know were being mocked high. Uh, yeah, Keon White. We saw Brian Brissy go yesterday, right? I'm
Yeah,
trying to
he went
remember.
late.
Yeah.
He
All right.
he went late.
My, I get, let's see what they do.
Let's see what happens here. I didn't catch who's making this selection for them.
Aeneas Williams, Aene. I didn't recognize the name.
Was he a safety for them?
BJ Ojolari.
Okay. All
Wow.
right.
Okay.
Okay.
LSU linebacker. I
Yeah,
think
I mean
he was an early, yeah, he was an early mocks, late first rounds, outside linebacker, pass rusher. So that makes sense.
yeah, I mean if you're on the first team all SEC defense, you did something right.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at him, just tear through that double block.
Right. So, I mean,
Okay, good pick, Cardinals.
Cardinals sorely needed some help on defense. That works out for them nicely.
I
Nicely done.
Arizona's putting together it's an interesting draft, and I'd say doing it pretty well. I mean, trading out of that, getting more first rounder next year, which I would think Houston still has a good pick next year for that 24
They should.
out of
Yeah,
that.
they should. I mean, I would be if you're in a super flex league. I mean, I would make the call on Kyler Murray as far as like a stash and hope, or no, it's not even a stash and hope. It's just a stash and wait because you know what you're getting from him.
You're saying for dynasty,
For
yeah.
dynasty, yeah. I mean, I certainly think it makes sense to acquire him or to attempt to acquire him.
Yeah,
As far, I mean, if you're willing to wait, you're not going to have him this year. And even if he does
Packers.
play toward the end of the season, I mean, the rushing production might not be there, but you could get right now a guy who's got QB1 upside at a discount. Let's see what the Packers do. They go tight end
Luke Musgrave.
Okay, I
Wow,
mean,
Michael Mayer continues. Oh no, we
yeah,
already.
that's
Sorry,
another.
no.
He's down to the tight end
No
4 at
no.
best.
Michael Mayer went to the Raiders. I'm sorry, I
Mm,
misspoke.
we both forgot that.
That was dumb.
That was a stupid moment. All right, it's all good. It only just happened like 20 minutes ago. It's
Yeah, we're
fine.
still. Darnell Washington is falling though, which I'm not totally surprised. He was very raw,
Yeah.
but he's just huge. So it was interesting to see where he goes. But yeah, Musgrave, another. I had him as one of the higher tight ends as well as far as this class, and you're seeing a lot of them go fairly. First round only one, but we've already seen another how many go in the second round here? Three
Three
or
more.
four? Three more? Yeah, three more go.
Laporta, Mayer, and Musgrave.
This is a good tight end class. I'm in a rookie draft. I'm trying to get some of these guys in the late second, third, if they're there fourth round, like
Sure.
especially tight end premium. Just like
Sure.
tight ends, get them, stash them, see what happens. That's my strategy.
And yeah, I mean, more and more we're seeing the import like maybe tight end is not a foundational position, but it's a damn important position.
When you have that guy that's a difference maker, it is huge.
It is a significant development. Whether it's a guy who's an elite pass catcher, even if he's not an elite pass catcher, but he's just, if you're capable of, even if you're a good run blocking team, if you've got another tight end who's in there and it's just like a sixth offensive lineman out there, I mean, there's different ways where they can be impactful.
Absolutely.
They're important positions to have. For anybody who was watching the draft on ESPN, they have switched over to the playoff game between the Warriors and the Kings. So you just gotta move on over to ESPN2 to get the draft.
Oh, did it switch? I think I'm still on ESPN.
Maybe it's not if it's like if it's a streaming setup.
Maybe. Joe Tittman's Wisconsin center. He was one of the offensive linemen I was predicting yesterday. So good pick by the Jets.
Getting some help for Aaron Rodgers. That makes sense.
Yep.
Offensive lineman from Wisconsin. It's not an offensive lineman from Iowa, but it'll do.
It's close.
It's close enough. Big Ten. Yeah, that's another thing about Laporta. If you're just and I don't want to be a hypocrite, obviously scout the player, not the helmet, but we talk about how schools have a pedigree at certain positions. Iowa has that at tight end.
They do. They do.
So if you even want to rest on those laurels, that should make Sam Laporta super. This is just to piggyback on your thought process of taking a tight end in the second round of your rookie draft. I mean, Laporta is super enticing now for a variety of reasons, and to me is at the forefront of like, do you just take him in the middle of the second round and just forget it? Like,
yeah,
I'll deal with it later.
I don't hate it. I don't hate it. And just speaking on the position in general, I would not fault someone for taking Dalton Kincaid at the end of the first round in their rookie draft.
Sure. why not? He was a first round pick and now is attached to Josh Allen. I mean,
Yeah, I mean he's going to be ahead of Knox on the depth chart.
he has to
I
be.
mean, you're using a first round pick on a tight end. You're gonna play him.
Mm-hmm.
And the guy runs. I mean, they were like. I mean, obviously Travis Kelce is one of one, but
Mm-hmm.
you got a guy that just runs smooth. Always just seems to be able to get away from people. I'm talking about a pick from yesterday, but just the tight end landscape in general. This is a good tight end class, and we're don't be shy about taking these guys.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like anymore tight end premium is the default of dynasty leagues. So that's what it certainly feels like.
If it's not, it should be.
If it's not, it should be just like Superflex. But
Who had that idea?
well, not me. Well, I had I wanted it. It's okay. We'll transition to it this year, or in a couple of years when everyone's had time to adjust. Um,
we have one of each right now, but
it'll both be Superflex soon.
Nick, I'm getting feedback right now that the audio today is significantly better. We were able to figure out the microphone situation,
Spectacular.
so
Glad to hear it.
you got the smooth, silky soundings of Will Brown coming to you from Los Angeles, California.
He's already gassing himself up. Yeah. So just the plugin. It was honestly like the dumbest thing I've ever seen. I had to get an audio plugin so that I could utilize Will's audio at that where it funnels through to the streaming software, and it wasn't. I was getting an error of sorts yesterday, just trying to open the file when trying to download it, and literally the difference was instead of double clicking on it, I went to Finder, downloads, and opened it from there, and that's what did it. I'm not kidding.
Oh my god,
So I'm
so stupid.
little frustrating there, but we got it sorted out. Happy to hear that the quality is much better. That's what we wanted to bring you guys here. That's what I know. That's something that has been consistent here. And I'm a little green with the streaming software experience, but I at long last figured it out. I certainly jumped out of my chair after a couple of test runs once I heard that it was working well just earlier today. So happy to hear that the quality is improved. That's what we want to bring you guys, and that's what y'all deserve for coming in and hanging out with us.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And thank you, Nick, for figuring that out, and happy to, have that all under control now, and we're good to go. Now the Colts pick is in. I just want to ask you, they are obviously now building out around a unique quarterback talent and Anthony Richardson. What are they going to do here? Is it a wide receiver maybe? Is it a defense? I mean, I'm curious because you're obviously your whole, what you're targeting is just completely changed as far as offensive linemen, just stylistically. Like you got an athlete back there.
Sure. They do have a need at. Oh, Roger decided to come out for this selection.
He did. Julius Brents, corner from Kansas State. Okay.
All right.
Go defense.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. The Colts' front seven was still, for the most part, fine last year, but their secondary did fall off, and they did trade Stephon Gilmore. So, I mean, yeah. So, from that perspective, it makes sense. I figured they would go offense, try to help their young quarterback right away, and they still could. But they, clearly felt that this was something that they had to do now as opposed to later.
Yeah. I don't hate it. They definitely need defense though, but the offense, it's a little more like solidified. I don't want to say solidified, that's the wrong word, but it's not as in dire straits as some of the defense. Their secondary outside of Isaiah Rodgers is awful. Their linebacking core, they got even on the front line, they got Kwity Paye, DeForest Buckner, solid. But once you get out of that front four, it's a real mess. So not surprised they went in the secondary with that. But talking offensively, they're obviously set with Jonathan Taylor. You got Mo Alley Cox, Jelani Woods pick last year that they're going to work with, I assume. And then receiver, you got Pittman, you bring in Isaiah McKenzie, Alec Pierce into a second year. So maybe they get another receiver at some point. But I would say, outside of outside of you know, maybe tight end upgrading. Like the offense is all right. I know the offensive line struggled a little bit, so they'll probably look at what they can do there at some point. But the defense is definitely the need for that team.
We got a trade. The Lions have acquired this pick from the Packers, so
Oh baby,
there was a division trade after all. Lo and behold, let's see what.
oh baby.
So the
Only a
Lions
few
acquire this
spot
pick from Green Bay
to jump the Patriots.
to jump the Patriots. Washington's in the hole as well, so could be a thought process here of
Is Hendon Hooker in play?
certainly possible. Certainly possible. Especially, I mean, I don't care. I know that we talked yesterday about how Washington feels good about Sam Howell, but where you have the two teams you have here coming up are Mac Jones and Sam Howell led offenses. I'm not. I'll believe it when I see it that Washington's not interested in adding a quarterback in this draft, and so for that reason, I feel like Hooker could go here.
We're officially on Hooker Watch, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep.
Officially on Hooker Watch. We'll also see where Hendon goes.
Right. Yeah. Not the kind that's sitting out there waiting for you on any exit off the 405. But let's see what happens here.
Hey Nick, I gotta take care of a quick dog thing right now. So
Do
you
your
hold it
thing.
down for a minute or two. All
Yeah,
right.
I can do that. One of the things we can kind of talk about when Will gets back, as far as just getting back to the tight end conversation, especially as it pertains to the Lions, is, I mean, did their run game get a little bit of a boost if you believe that this could lead to them running more, more 12 personnel, having Kincaid and Knox both out there? I mean, we've generally kind of there's been certain feelings, mostly more on the negative side than the positive side, about the Bills' running game. One, because they don't really run the ball, and two, when they do, it's Josh Allen running it. But if they're going to run 12 personnel, it's certainly possible that James Cook gets a real nice boost this year, and they run the ball a little bit more. Could be Damian Harris as well. Could be Damian Harris as well. So, variety of potential options here that could happen. Or in that situation with the Bills and their run game, but something to think about. But the pick is in for the Lions officially. I wouldn't be shocked if it's Hooker here. I really wouldn't. I'm not. I mean, he's not going to start year one, especially if he ends up backing up Jared Goff. But I mean, who's to say that they can't be interested in at least giving a guy a look for the future, especially when you consider that the Lions are going for it this year, so they're not going to be in the sweepstakes to be at the top of the draft next year anyway. So, I mean, you have an opportunity to add the last, what I think some are going to consider like high-end quarterback prospect in this draft. Not some, all. I wouldn't be surprised here. I'm curious to see if that actually plays out. The Lions this must be, I guess this was the Packers pick, and the Lions moved back here. This must be, or no, the Lions, this is where they traded up. I'm sorry. I'm getting ahead of myself here. It's just this pick has been in for so long. Roger, back to the podium. What's going on? What happened to all the guests? Where's all the guest pick announcers? I don't remember the last time I saw the commissioner come out for the second round to be calling to making these picks.
Brian Branch.
Just in time. All right.
He fell a little bit. Yeah, he definitely fell.
Fell a little bit. now they pair him with C.J. Gardner Johnson. They got a nice secondary
Yeah,
in the works.
good interest head scratching picks from Detroit yesterday. I like both of these picks they've made so far today. Him
And
and the
Laporta.
tight end
Yeah.
Laporta. Yeah,
Yeah, this one feels like a, yeah. We talked about how safeties in the first round are kind of something that teams don't do. It has to be a can't miss prospect and a player that's, you know, could be considered like a top 10 player right then and there at the draft. Other than that, you're going to see
yeah,
them fall more likely than not. But Branch had been billed as a guy with that many people expected could be a late first round pick. Getting him almost 15 picks into the second round. Yeah, I'll say that's pretty good value for the Lions there.
yeah. I don't hate it at all.
No.
I think that's a great pick for them. And yes, Nick, I heard you saying earlier that is the pick they got from the Packers.
Yeah.
In the pick swap they did when Packers traded up for was that for
For
Musgrave? No.
Musgrave. Or
Yeah.
yes. Yeah, for Musgrave.
No. Musgrave was the Jets pick. I lost track.
The Packers
Lions
took No, the Packers took Musgrave.
Yeah, but that wasn't the line. That was the Lions weren't involved in that.
Oh, they traded up for Sam Laporta. That's what it was.
Oh no, the Lions just traded up
The Lions
now.
traded up or the Lions traded up, I think.
Just now. And then the Packers got their pick,
That's right.
which is
That's
at
right.
48.
That's
It's
right.
coming up after Washington. Yeah.
That's right.
We talked about it, then forgot
We went
about
in
it.
some circles there. It's all right. This is what happens on the second night of the NFL draft. You start to like, what day is it? It's okay. We're back. We're good. We got it figured out. New England is on the clock. The pick is already
Pick's in.
in. What is the
Pick is in.
what is the length of these pick timers for the second round? Is it still 10 minutes?
That's a good question.
How do I see it?
I think they were five.
It's over
Or
5. I'm seeing more than 5. Is it 7 or 8
oh, is
minutes
it?
now? Yeah.
I don't know.
I guess to that point, I guess I thought that these picks might move a little bit faster, but because
They have. I mean, some of them
they
have been.
have, they certainly have. I'm just now realizing these picks are longer than 5 minutes in length from the start. So just figured I'd note that. But the Patriots,
Yeah, no, good note. I Patriots, yeah, lost Myers, replaced him with Juju though.
sure.
They did already grab let's see here. They did already grab Christian Gonzalez in the first round.
Mm-hmm.
So they got that secondary taken care of. Someone on the D line wouldn't hurt. Another offensive lineman wouldn't hurt. Do they go Hendon Hooker? Are they tired of Mac Jones? I don't think they do.
I don't think they do that.
There was rumors of running backs, but I think that was only if it was like Bijan fell. I don't think they're replacing Ramondre with anybody that's still on the board. So I'm curious.
Nah,
I'm
I
gonna
think
say,
nah.
go ahead.
I was just gonna say his skill set is similar to Charbonnet's, who I would think naturally is the next running back off the board whenever that happens,
Yeah,
which could be in a couple of picks with Tampa on the clock coming up here. Did Juju get a 3-year deal from New England?
I'll confirm that now. I don't know off the top of my head.
I don't know either. I can look that up.
It looks like it is a 3-year deal.
3-year
Yeah.
contract. I guess
Yep.
the better question is what does Spotrac say about it, or Spot Rack? I don't know how to
That's.
pronounce it.
I say spot rack, but
I say spot.
I'm
I
not.
say spot track. I say spot track, but I don't know if I'm saying it right.
I thought you said Spotrac.
I feel like I've heard other people
Yeah,
say spot track.
3-year, 25.5 mil, 16 mil guaranteed at signing. So
Okay.
not nothing.
Not nothing, but still a need with Jacoby Myers leaving and not much else to work
Yeah.
with. I mean,
For sure.
I could see a Jalen Hyatt type move here. I mean, if you're gonna try to swim with Mac Jones, like maybe try to give him some help.
Keon White, DN.
Never mind. Never mind.
He's one of the top edge guys
Yeah,
left. So
he is a top guy that was left and a guy that we thought could go in those last 2 or 3 picks last night. So, yeah, good move. Good get by New England.
um yeah, it was a little surprising actually to see that some guys were taken ahead of him. The Saints pick of Isaiah Foskey was a little, odd, I thought, when Keon White's still there.
Sure.
Derek Hall, I didn't hate it at all. Derek Hall, I
No,
think, is
no,
a
I
nice
like that
player.
pick. I like that
I'd
pick.
say the Foskey pick was odd when Keon White's still on the board. So it's a good pick by the Patriots for sure. Good value. Let's see here. So Commanders are up now.
Commanders are up.
And it looks like
They
the
took Emmanuel
Packers.
Forbes in the first round, right?
Yeah, but I was about to say it looks like the Packers traded that pick they got from the Lions to the Bucks.
The Bucks are on the clock here at 48. I'm wondering if they're going. They don't. You don't trade up for a running back, do you?
I wouldn't think so. Did they trade up for Hooker?
Did they trade up for Hooker? Now there's an interesting thought. But then why not just go ahead and leapfrog Washington? I guess. I guess they feel confident Washington's not taking a quarterback.
Yeah, I mean all the stories out there have been Washington is feeling good with Sam Howell, so we'll see.
Sure.
Interesting. Still haven't had much of the run on the fantasy players yet, Nick. I wonder if just because there's a lot of, discussed depth at this class at running back, and obviously the nature of the position, we're going to see them not really get scrambled for until, maybe later this round, even round 3. But even receiver wise, I mean, Hyatt's still on the board.
Mm-hmm.
We've only seen Mingo go. You got Josh Downs. I got a list of, rookies, fantasy rookies. I'm sorry that not fantasy rookies that I still haven't been drafted yet. I mean, all the running backs outside of the top two, Tillman, Marvin Mims, Darnell Washington still on the board. But yeah, I'm kind of surprised we haven't seen more fantasy relevant draft action here yet in this
Mm-hmm.
day too. Zach Charbonnet, I mean, where's he going to go?
Yeah. I was just wondering. I'm like, is Tampa about to do it? But they just leapfrogged Green Bay and Pittsburgh, neither of whom have a need at running back. So
Yeah,
maybe not. That wouldn't necessarily make sense to me, uh, given where where the board is right now.
Nemo, if you wanted to feel any better about the trade, you just got done the trading away that late first. I mean, it's just going to seem better and better the later that these fantasy
Sure.
relevant players go.
Crumply heads. Yeah.
Crumbly heads. I'm sorry. We had, yeah.
You're still learning the members. It's okay. You'll get there. These are our
I'll get there, guys. I'll get
these
there.
are
I
our
promise.
beloved followers, the guys who
I value
oh, absolutely.
their
Absolutely.
input,
I mean, we
questions,
appreciate everyone who's coming
loyalty.
in, and whether you're in here for 10 seconds or an hour, um, thanks for stopping in. Thanks for hanging out. If you feel so
No
inclined,
doubt.
feel free to give the stream a like if you like what you see in here. That certainly helps us in the algorithm department. Um, if you're so inclined. But yeah, appreciate
Guys, we're
everybody.
we're we're on the brink. We're on the brink of 3,000 subscribers here. So
We are.
I'd love to hit that 3K number before the season begins. So you share this channel with your friends, get the name out there. Let's get to 3K, guys.
And we'll earn that as well. The content waned a little bit toward the end of last season, but trust the content is coming back. Now that it's a little bit
Absolutely.
more of the a little bit more
Consistency.
I can ask you for some help putting some stuff together. Cody Mock goes to the Bucks. That's some offensive line help for Baker Mayfield.
Yeah, I guess so. And we also missed the Jartavius Martin pick to the Commanders before that. The picks are going quick. We out of Illinois safety. So
Sure.
Commanders just getting another member on that back secondary of the defense to go with Emmanuel Forbes, Cody Mock, the Buccaneers offensive tackle. They got oh my gosh, I blanking on his name already.
Worfs.
Kalijah Cansey in the
Uh,
first round.
we're just naming
So
picks.
yeah, I they're just getting the trenches, getting mean in the trenches again.
Nice for
So
Rashad
yeah,
White.
yeah,
Nice for
yeah.
Rashad
Not
White.
not about not mad about that if you're a Rashad White owner.
Right.
I mean,
It's twofold. It's not a running back and it is an offensive lineman.
yep. So Wirfs, I believe, got a new contract or an extension, correct? Because outside of him, that offensive line is
Or they picked up his option.
putrid. Got
They
okay,
picked
that's
up
what it
his
was.
option, 5th year option.
Yeah, that offensive line, big need for Tampa Bay.
Yeah,
So
so you have
I
to imagine he's a day one starter.
I would think so.
And he's missing his two front teeth, so you know he's a mauler.
No doubt about it.
That's there. There's the intangible. Wow, there's a kid in Fargo who's wearing a Jalen Hurts jersey, but not a Carson Wentz jersey. Respect.
How about that?
Sorry,
All
Carson.
right,
It's not your
Steelers
world
pick
anymore.
already in, Nick.
Steelers pick is in.
Steelers pick already in. Wow,
Um,
so they grabbed Porter earlier.
yeah, they got their defensive back. They got an offensive tackle. They got Broderick Jones last night, which
Yep,
I really like that addition for them, and specifically
yep.
Najee Harris. Um,
So
Pick
I
Pickett as
think
well. Make no mistake.
defensive line, still, other than Cameron Hayward, not
That's
too
right.
much to
That's
get
right.
excited about there.
Yeah,
Um, other than TJ Watt outside edge too, but interior defense is definitely a need. Offensive line again, I could see
sure.
them potentially going.
Sure, you could go back
It
to that
was
well.
which again as a Najee owner, I would love if they keep going that
Keep
to
keep
that
keep
well.
grabbing the hogs, the big guys.
Yeah,
I will
I,
say this: the Steelers' defense last year was not our dad's Steelers defense. I mean,
no,
it was not an intimidating defense, not one that you feared as an offense. I mean, I got to imagine they go back to the well here. I know they just got Porter, but the Steelers in the history of their franchise, I feel like are a team that you think of that has built an identity on defense.
yeah,
They're a team of tradition that certainly don't want to get away from that, especially coming off a year where they weren't. It wasn't like they were average. They were bad. They were not
very
great.
bad. Now sorry, TJ Watt
TJ,
was out for much of that
sure,
year, so
sure, but the fact that you have to rely that much on one guy, and as excellent as Watt is, man, they need some help.
the defensive player of the year, you mean
Oh
TJ
yeah,
Watt?
oh yes, deep point TJ Watt. Don't get it twisted. He's excellent, but even a one man wrecking crew is not enough to you know
Agreed.
is not enough to lean on or rest on your laurels. So
No, for sure. For sure. In that division now, just like upping their game. I mean, arguably, you could argue in that if Deshaun Watson ever gets back to form too, you got him, Burrow, and Lamar
right,
with the new extension in Baltimore. So
right,
you got to have defense to compete in the AFC North.
yep,
It's been the tradition. Now the traditions, I don't say the tradition, but the standard there is, they have the quarterbacks going and the offenses in the AFC North are better. So, a defense is very vital to compete.
sure. So while we continue to wait on this, I will say this: in 2 picks, the Dolphins are coming up. Is
First pick of the draft for them.
is this where Zach Charbonnet goes?
That was discussed. They did. I'm curious what they want to do there. I would think they get a running back. They did re-sign both Wilson and oh my gosh,
Mostert.
brain fart right now. Mostert.
Yeah,
So I I'm not sure what they want to do, but yeah, if they sign Charbonnet, gotta love Charbonnet for Dynasty.
for sure.
D tackle. Yeah, not surprised.
There you go. Yeah, I mean, again, They needed pieces on the defense more than they need the pieces on offense right now, I would think.
Yep. Yep. I would agree. Keanu Benton.
Yeah, so there you go.
Sorry, go
Packers.
ahead.
No, I was just gonna say now we got the Packers on deck. Um,
Yeah. Do they grab a wide receiver?
there's a need, and there's plenty available who we maybe didn't assume would be available here, but with Jalen Hyatt still on the board, with Josh Downs still on the board, Tillman is still on the board. There's
So they got their
options
tight
here.
ends. They got their tight
Right,
ends.
they got Musgrave. I
You
mean,
know,
to
they
me,
got Lucas Van Ness yesterday.
yeah,
So I could see if there's a safety they like, someone in the secondary. I mean, obviously you have Douglas and Alexander on the corners, but if you get a safety that they like, definitely an option. Offensive line again, always viable, but yeah,
sure.
they need a receiver. I mean, outside of Watson, all they
Yeah,
got is Dubs, and then that's like
that's pretty
it's
much
a
it.
bunch of bleh.
Yeah.
It's me and Nick running around out there.
I might get some separation. No, I wouldn't. I'll try my
is this Jay?
hardest. You'll get my
Is this
best
Jalen
effort.
Hyatt?
Leroy Butler.
Jaden Reed, wide receiver, Michigan
Oh, Jaden
State.
Reed.
Wow.
So that is okay.
Wow.
His
They-
name kept escaping me as far as like firing off wide receiver names. Yeah, okay. I mean, so they do exactly what we thought they would, just or what we thought made sense.
Just
Um,
not the position.
well, we said wide receiver, just
Or
not the
sorry, no, it's just not the name.
yeah,
Just
not the
sorry.
name.
Yes, the position, not the names. We would have thought.
I mean, this makes sense from the perspective of, I mean, it gives you a complementary skill set to what Christian Watson brings to the table. Um, this could be a guy that's a little bit more of a slot receiver for them, whereas Watson, you want lined up on the outside.
Yeah, I think you could have gotten a better slot though. I mean, Josh Downs could definitely play the slot. You still got. I think you could slip Hyatt in the slot. I'm a little confused as to the pick there. To be honest, he to me is not a player I was really targeting. And do we have a situation where the NFL team? I mean, my notes on him were he's fast, good release, not great, but not bad.
Looks like
I don't know. I mean, it could be okay.
the Dolphins are about to make the pick.
Let's see what they do.
Yeah.
Running back would be interesting here.
It would make it a fun conversation. And Jaws and Crumbly Heads, we see you guys' questions. Thanks for coming in and hanging out. Jaws, good to see you. We will get to those shortly.
Cam Smith.
Okay. Okay. So they address their defense.
Yeah.
That's
No,
fine.
I was mentioning him earlier with the Falcons pick. Not you know not too surprising. I mean,
No, it's good
the
value
corn.
there. Here.
Yeah.
It's really good value here.
The only thing though is, are they? I mean, I guess it's kind of going against what. Or no, I'm sorry, I'm mixing up teams again. Yeah, they brought in Ramsey, obviously, so
Yeah.
you put this guy on the opposite side of Ramsey and get that secondary, more tightened up.
Back to where you want it. Yeah.
Yep, yep,
And what a name to learn, to learn from too, to pick his brain and all that stuff. I mean, Ramsey
totally.
might
And
not be
now,
the Ramsey might not be the, slam dunk all pro that he once was, but I mean, you take savvy veterans whenever you can.
oh, I think he's going to be just fine.
Yeah, no, I think he'll be fine. I don't think he's like done by any means, but just saying, his his absolute 100% best. Could be behind him, but still very good.
Keep in mind too that Aaron Rodgers entered that division, so getting secondary help is certainly a need for those
Sure.
teams looking to compete.
Sure.
Seattle already rushing to the podium.
Yeah, they
Holy
couldn't wait to make
smokes.
this pick. They must be getting Charbonnet. I'm just kidding.
Bad for those Kenny
Oh,
owners.
I'd be as somebody who has no shares of Kenneth Walker in Dynasty, I would be sad for Kenneth Walker.
Nick, prepare to be sad for Kenneth
Wow.
Walker.
Wow.
We were joking.
Wow. Are you kidding me?
What?
Are you kidding me?
Oh my fucking god. Use my French. What the hell was that?
What are you guys even doing?
We were joking.
I was totally not. I was
The chat
absolutely
the
kidding.
chat absolutely thinks we know what these picks are and that we're like script or no, that was
Absolutely kidding. Because it was a joke. Because yeah, obviously, they took Walker high last year when you didn't think they would. They took Rashad Penny like a million picks before you thought they would. And now here we go back to
wow.
the well again with Zach Charbonnet.
Yo, back to crumply heads, man. Good thing you shipped that pick because
Good
that
thing
that
you
end of the
shipped that
first is
pick.
just looking worse and worse. All these 23 firsts that everybody wanted two
Oh my
years
God.
ago,
Yeah.
just
Why would you
looking
want Charbonnet? Yeah.
miserable.
Um,
Oh my gosh,
that is
that
the grossest. That's the grossest landing spot for him.
Nick, you wouldn't happen to be getting any Kenneth Walker shares in the second round of best balls, I hope, would you?
I did it once. Once. I wasn't
Well,
hammering him in like my in 6 or 7 drafts. Just one time.
yikes. I don't know.
Look,
That
I'm never drafting a Seattle running back ever again.
that was absolutely bonkers. Chat. Any insight you guys have on here? Let's see what I'm going to read some of these. Jaws Oh, his name's Jaws. Okay. Kareem Hunt still have juice. Motivation sure seemed an issue after they refused to pay more or move him. I'm jumping off the Kareem Hunt
Yeah, the production
train
went
here.
way down last year. I think he averaged like 3.5 yards a carry. I mean, or maybe not that much, or maybe not that low, but it was under 4. It was under.
I think. Go ahead, sorry.
I was just. It was under 4 yards a carry.
Cleveland got use out of him, and I don't think any other team wanted to mess with him after the issues he had. And then I don't think that's changed. I think why have the headache? Why bother? The position is very replaceable.
Mm-hmm.
I think his time in the league is running up.
Yeah, and he might be.
Crumply
He
heads.
might be
Oh, go ahead.
like a training camp signing, like after an injury type of thing.
Yeah. Crumply heads. I was hoping Gibbs would go to Miami for the longest, but whatever. You guys still with Gibbs number 2 back after tonight. Like I hate Detroit. Yeah, I still am, especially
Yeah,
yeah, especially with the
especially now.
capital they used. Yeah, oh God, yeah. I mean, Charbonnet clearly isn't. Um, so I don't know who would be. I mean,
Dude.
Ajay Spears goes somewhere or Devin Achane. Like man, I like Charbonnet too as a talent, and I'm always about draft talent over need or situation, but that is a head scratching pick by Seattle, no doubt.
Yeah, I mean, you had a dude with potential bell cow, or maybe not bell cow potential, but like carrying, a 250 plus touch workload in Kenneth Walker, and that just feels like that's out the window now. But like, why put so many resources into that position when you already have a guy who's plenty capable? I mean,
Yeah.
I understand their complementary skill sets. Charbonnet can catch the ball at a better, at a higher level than Kenneth Walker can, but at what cost?
I'm speechless. I'm speechless.
At what cost?
I'm speechless. I
That's nuts. I agree. Yeah, why not just grab a free agent running back? Or if you really want another running back, go just the fifth round. I mean, they didn't. I don't. I'm not really sure why they made that pick, and they made it very quickly. Like they couldn't wait to
ran
get
to
to
the
the
podium.
podium. Yeah,
They still need defensive line over there. They,
man.
I mean, I will say this: they only have Walker and DJ Dallas there, so they probably weren't
Sure.
going into the season with just them. But you don't need to use a second round
You
pick
don't
on
need
that
to get
guy.
you don't need to fill that with a second round pick when you already had another high second round pick leading the
That
backfield from
panned
last
out.
year.
He looked great.
Yeah,
I
he
was
looked
I
really
was
good.
down on Kenneth Walker, and I was eating crow all season that he was just running. Once Rashad Penny went down, he was just doing his thing.
No longer. Well, I mean, you assume he remains the 1A, but
I would think.
it's a commit it's the weirdest committee now in the league. That's such a strange committee.
How does this affect someone like Gino's value? Like, what's their offensive identity at this point now? I mean, I, I'm very confused on how to approach the season with Seattle's offense. They got weapons out the
They
wazoo,
got
but it's
oh yeah.
there's only one ball. Famous NBA
Right.
analysis there. See who the
We'll
Bears get.
continue to cover this into the night. Devin Hester is currently guest
I know him.
guest announcing. If you don't, that is a goat right there.
Trevon Dexter, very good D tackle. Great
Yep.
pick by Chicago.
That's a nice spot for them. The Bears absolutely need defense. Um,
I love that he's a senior. I love these guys that are senior
right.
and they're coming out of college.
Senior yeah, he's the senior coming out of college, right. We'll see Dexter Jr. hopefully before long. Um, yeah, I
Probably
mean,
ads easily scoop him in the second. Yeah, I mean if he falls to the second, you got to take Charbonnet just talent wise.
sure.
Um,
Sure.
but it's we'll
But
see where these other running backs land because if you had them in the same tier as an Ache and Tajay Spears, then you got to see what the opportunity ahead of them is. But yeah, he definitely could fall into the second round. But as we've been saying, the back of the first round guys that have been projected there, it's been the whole thing's a mess.
the ceiling is gone.
Yeah, I'm
The
very
ceiling
happy.
for Charbonnet is gone, obviously barring an injury, but that you can say that about any NFL player. I mean,
Yeah,
the ceiling is gone for Zach Charbonnet. There's still a strong enough floor.
I am very happy in our dynasty league. I was pushing to make a run and traded what ended up being the 110 for Najee Harris
Mm-hmm.
because I don't know what I'd be doing with that pick.
You'd be grabbing, you'd be begging for Jordan Addison to fall to you, which is not going to happen.
No, I think he's going probably second receiver off the board, I would think.
Sure.
Probably 107, maybe 108 at worst,
Yep.
or 106 even, I guess, if we're putting Gibbs at 5.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, Gibbs is still a top. I'm still fine with Gibbs as my RB2, especially now.
Oh, God, yeah, that's not even a question.
Right. Chargers pick is in.
Tuli, I can't say that name.
Tui Pelotu.
Pulotu.
Tui Pelotu.
Tui Polotu.
There you go. Um, I mean, I guess
Wow.
I guess this is a depth move for them. They have Joey Bosa, they have Khalil Mack. Maybe they figure, let's get something in the pipeline for down the road that they believe in.
Yeah.
So yeah, close to home, right? USC just stays in LA. It's easy to do your homework when you're scouting guys in the same city. Uh, they like him, plain and simple.
Chiefs have traded up to the Lions pick here.
I wonder if they're grabbing a running back as a result of watching Charbonnet go.
Possibly. Possibly. I mean, you can't expect them to have looked at taking Charbonnet where they were at. I mean, he fell, in my opinion, to later than he was going to go.
Sure.
But maybe they're thinking, hey, there's a guy that we did like, didn't expect him to still be there. We're going to jump up and get him when it doesn't cost too much to move up. Was it 7, 8 picks?
Yeah, probably. I guess maybe that's not what they're looking to do here.
I don't think it's a running back.
Well,
I don't think it's a running back.
and they did leapfrog Jacksonville, who I don't think has a need at running back with Travis Etienne, but Jacksonville could absolutely add a running back. They don't have
Oh,
much
definitely.
they don't have much behind him.
I think there could be a D lineman they like for sure.
I mean, if there's or secondary, because they did address D line last night. Yeah, curious to see what happens here. Jaws, as far as I didn't see whatever potential off or was there. You said there was an attitude issue with Walker early in the season last year. I guess I'm not recalling that.
There was a
Um,
groin issue with Walker at the
he
beginning.
had an injury that he was dealing with somewhat early, but he got over
You
that.
thought it you thought it was an attitude because he's walking around like this, but it was
Uh,
just a groin injury.
he's got everybody fooled. Do the Chiefs go wide receiver here? Maybe they're because they just leapfrogged the Bears, who don't have a significant need, but they did leapfrog the Giants, who absolutely have a wide receiver need.
See who they take because obviously Sky Moore TBD on what his career turns out to be,
Sure,
but definitely
TBD, but
definitely tricked people. I mean, Nick, he went before Chris Olave in our rookie draft, went before Jahan Dotson. I mean,
yeah,
like the Chiefs have that they move the needle with these fantasy players. Look at Clyde. Like
right.
the Chiefs move the needle with the fantasy players. And you know, 0 for 1 for sure. Incomplete on Sky Moore,
TBD on
but
Sky Moore. But I mean, all I'm saying is
then you look Isaiah
they lost
Pacheco
Juju, they lost Mecole Hardman. The Giants are 2 picks away, who 1,000,000% need a wide receiver. This could be like a Jalen Hyatt, Josh Downs, right here.
for sure. Yeah, they got Kadarius Toney. Don't forget that. So
They have
they
Tony.
got
Sorry, yeah,
Toney.
they do have Tony.
They have MVS. They had him. He was there last year though, I believe. Right? Yeah.
MVS, yeah.
So they could use one, no doubt, no doubt.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go. I mean, their D line though, outside of Chris Jones, is pathetic. So I'm gonna say they grab a D lineman.
Okay.
I think they already did though. I guess with
Right, they did that
Felix
with their first pick.
Dike
Yeah.
Uzama.
I'm
So
going to
Uzama. I
say
mean,
it's either Hyatt or
you're right.
Downs
You're
here.
right.
They stop.
You're going receiver.
I think they take either Hyatt or Downs.
Jumping the Giants. That makes sense.
Jumping the Giants and the Bears. I mean, I know they just traded for DJ Moore. They have Mooney and Claypool. They could upgrade on that. So to me, wide receiver
Oh, I
feels.
didn't realize the Bears got the Jags pick.
Oh, the Bears traded up. They're
That's
leapfrogging
who
the
they.
Giants too. Are the Giants getting froze out of wide receivers for a second straight night?
Unbelievable.
I've told you. Send a third round pick to the guy who has Isaiah Hodgins in your league or girl.
Women can play too.
They
Women can play too.
they can and they do.
Wow. Who are the Chiefs taking here? So you're saying you like Downs or Hyatt? They've been skipped over. I wonder what the
They
deal
have
is
been
here.
they have been skipped over.
Other
I
top guys, Cedric Tillman
Tillman's
still a
still there. They could
possibility.
go any one of those three.
Marvin Mims,
They could go Mimsy.
Nathaniel Dell, Kayshawn Butte. Do they think they can reactivate what we saw from him early in his college career?
I don't think that's the move here.
It wouldn't be my go, but They
but
do
it could
weird
be under.
stuff with
Yeah,
these
you could
offensive
understand
players.
it. Yeah, I
Let's see.
gotta think. You trade up, given the teams that are right behind you. I know the Bears just traded up, but with the Giants 2 picks from here,
Let's see what wide receiver they take and skyrocket his
right?
rookie
That'll
ADP
be the
into the
pick.
back of the first.
Whichever wide receiver's taken here is the 110 in the Superflex rookie draft.
Don't take the bait. Do
Yeah,
not take the bait.
it's the 110. The 110 is about to be picked right here.
Stick with Jonathan Mingo over whoever this is.
Mm-hmm.
Jalen Hyatt would actually make a lot of sense. Is that who this is?
I think it makes sense.
Guys, sorry I had to keep standing up. My dog Red is a little more active today than he was yesterday, so I'm just trying to keep him. Rashee Rice, Nick, right position,
Hey,
wrong
all right.
player again.
There it is. They wanted a wide
These
receiver. They get a guy, not the names that I thought, but they take Rashee
oh,
Rice.
I am shocked. I mean, just not like the two guys we're talking about. I'm saying with uh Downs and Hyatt, it's astonishing. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't huge on either. I mean, Hyatt had just so much production in Tennessee, but it was schemed his way, and I don't think that's going to work in the NFL.
Sure.
Downs had some good routes, and I thought did well with Mays over there at UNC. So
Yeah, he played well
I'm a
this
little
past year.
shocked. I'm a little shocked that they're falling as much as they are. What's the measurables on Rashee Rice? He looks like he's got some size to him.
Yeah, he doesn't look like
Maybe
he's.
not. Go ahead.
No, I kind of was tailing off there. I wasn't finishing my thought. I'm just I'm he's
Six
he's
two,
6'2".
six
Yeah, you
two.
were yeah. So I was gonna say he doesn't look like he's like 5'8". Um, yeah,
These teams want the bigger bodies, I guess.
6'2". I mean, hey, he's that's an outside receiver for Patrick Mahomes. I mean, him and
Yeah,
MVS, right?
yeah, yeah. It's
Well, Racy
we'll
Rice
see.
is the 110 in 2020. I'm just kidding. Don't actually do it. Don't do it. Don't fall for it.
Resist.
Watch, we say don't fall for it, and then he pops off.
This will be the one that pops
This is
off.
the one
Yeah.
that works. Hester back at the podium for the Bears. That's fine.
She Rice was out of SMU, right, Nick?
Yes, SMU for Rishi Rice, and the Bears take a defensive back, Tyreek Stevenson. He's a corner from
Okay.
the U.
The U. Okay, getting more defense out
Bears need
there.
defense. I mean, they have preliminary pieces on offense. I mean, and this is absolutely a potential. I mean, it's wild to me that a team like the Seahawks can double dip on running back, but the team like the Bears, who no disrespect to Khalil Herbert and Donta Foreman, could use a running back. Now, defense is a bigger need for them without question. And plus, with Justin Fields being your quarterback, running back is not going to be as important. But they can
Yeah,
still add.
definitely not.
I would still say they are a team to watch to add to their backfield, without question. Not to mention the team that's coming up here in 2 picks, Dallas, could also add to their backfield.
Certainly could.
Now, maybe
Giants
the
pick is
Giants.
in.
The pick is in. They're going Hyatt. I will definitively call my shot.
You're sick. You're sick of watching them fall.
I'm sick of watching him fall. The Giants need a receiver. There's no way they didn't run to the podium this quick for anything else.
Tough and dependable. That doesn't sound like Hyatt. Maybe I'm wrong. Is it Tillman? Nah, that's the offensive line, Nick.
Send
New
that third.
deal for
Okay, fine. Send a top of the third round pick for Isaiah Hodgins. That's as high as I'll get. Send the 303 for Isaiah Hodgins. Send those offers out.
Oh my gosh. Just watching them fall, fall, fall. Yeah, I
I
mean, they
mean,
got,
Buffalo could
listen, they
take
don't,
one.
the Giants have, I mean, it's not like their receiver room is like that. I mean, there's not a stud in there, right? Like, we like what we saw from Wandale Robinson last year when he was healthy. Isaiah Hodgins had some flashes. Paris Campbell and brought him in. He's had some hype. Darius Slayton, he showed up on some plays and some moments last year. So, but they got a lot of these smaller guys. I'm not sure they need a Hyatt or a Downs. Like a Cedric Tillman or someone would be much more in their what they would need. But offensive line, certainly outside of Andrew Thomas, phenomenal left tackle
Yeah.
that they have. It's pretty bare. I mean, Evan Neal has been just a disappointment for them. Out of Alabama, was he Alabama?
Well,
Evan Neal. That
that's
sounds
just 1 year, right? I mean, or maybe two.
Evan Neal,
Was that 2 years ago? Who'd they take early? Oh, they took. I thought they got
Andrew
Evan Neal last
Thomas.
year.
Well, he stinks. I mean, he could be something. I'm just saying. Last year he stunks.
Yeah, I mean, not a good rookie. I think he was a rookie last year, so there's time for him to grow there. Yeah,
Who's
they got
Dallas
him and
getting?
Kayvon like was it like 5-7 last year or 5-8 something like that. Like that they had the two
Hmm.
top 10 picks, and that's where they got Thibodeau and also, um, and I think that's where they got Neal. So rookie
Is
year.
this Cowboys first pick this draft?
No, they took
Yeah.
Maxi
No, 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 no. This round. Sorry,
this
this round.
round. Yes.
Ooh, Schoonmaker. They needed a tight
They
end
did.
because
They did need a tight end.
they definitely wanted Kincaid yesterday and got jumped
And they
by
it
Buffalo
was they got swept under. The rug was swept up from under them.
big time. Buffalo just jumped up there and said he's ours.
Yep.
Yeah, Luke Schoonmaker. I got some notes on him.
Yeah, take it.
Right. Great out of Oregon State. He is a very high upside player. Great route running. Catches with his hands, not his body. You can see on some of these plays, like good focus on the ball. I think very, very good pick for Dallas there.
Okay. I mean, the need was there, no doubt.
Listen, Nick. I know it's the Cowboys. You can
No, no,
put your biases.
I can be unbiased. I can be unbiased here for the people. Yeah, no, it was a need. It fills a need. I thought they were going to take Michael Mayer last night with their first round pick. So yeah, this tracks. This makes sense. Jaws, real quick, if you can afford to, I wouldn't cut Justin Ross just because the Chiefs drafted Rice. I mean, does this damper things a little bit for him? Yeah, of course, and he's still a long shot, but I would hold on a little bit longer. I would say it's still a wide open room as far as opportunities for Chiefs wide receivers, if you can afford to.
Crumply had said Walker owner put him on the trade block.
Yeah, I mean, the ask is still going to be high.
Interesting.
The ask is still going to be high.
What are you paying for Walker right now? If you have a in Superflex
I mean, it
a
won't go through. I can't imagine, but I would offer my first round pick this year. If it's not, tops. If it's like again, if I have
if
like
you had the 102,
then no
105,
in Superflex. So
yeah,
like you're talking about Gibbs,
Gibbs or Richardson or depending on where they fall,
depending
yeah.
on that. Yeah.
But I'm cutting it off at Gibbs, Bijan, and one of those three quarterbacks. Are you shipping that for Walker?
Mm. If I could get a little something back, maybe the
You want Walker
105.
plus?
If I can get Walker plus for the 105, I'm listening. I'm
Okay, I
listening.
don't think you are. But it's okay. 10, 6 you're definitely giving up, I would think, right?
Um,
Or is that not definite? It's JSN,
yeah, it's
Gibbs,
not
like we're
definite.
talking.
I would need to of course, and this is kind of arbitrary in a vacuum. Like there's a wide range of outcomes here. I would the plus, whatever the plus is, of course, matters here. Like I wouldn't say a third round pick necessarily gets it done. Um, in addition to that, but I mean, you have to entertain it. Walker himself was a top pick, a top five pick in all formats last year.
Yeah,
Top three pick
for sure.
probably in a lot of scenarios. So I mean, to trade the 105 or the 106 this year to get Walker and a little extra, yeah, I gotta listen on that. I do. Because he's still going to
Who's
get the carries. Like this could be what like just I'm here's I'll just throw let me just throw a scenario out here and we can look this up. What was Austin Eckler's rookie year like as from a production perspective?
he was behind
He was behind Melvin Gordon
Melvin Gordon. Yeah.
and I don't think he put up big numbers his rookie year. Now, I'm not saying that that's a guaranteed, carbon copy of what we're expecting from Charbonnet's rookie season, but Walker's going to get is going to continue to get not I can't say volume, but he's going to be the 1A. He's going to get carries.
Yeah.
He's going to get the goal line work. Charbonnet probably comes in more on third downs, but I mean, Walker could be a buy low this year and then a sell high after this year. Relative, of course, to relative to the asking
Like
price and all that stuff.
banking on the fact like we get to see him play with Charbonnet, do his thing, and then you
Sure.
say, all right,
And then like after he kind of maybe Charbonnet has like on the quieter sides of a rookie season, and then after the year, then you flip Walker for more than you paid for.
makes sense. All
You
right,
know,
Buffalo's up.
let's see what
Buffalo's
Buffalo
up.
does. They could take a wide receiver.
They got Kincaid, so he fits that pass
He
catcher.
does.
As um, they do need linebacker. As far as they got Matt Milano, but other than him, offensive line always.
Always can be gone. You can always go back to that.
Did they do a pick earlier this round? I'm like losing track of some of this. I don't think so.
Buffalo? No.
No. Guard. Okay.
So
Osiris
there you go.
Torrance. Yeah. Good pick. Good
Yeah,
pick.
he's been in the upper echelon as far as expectations, as far as being selected this year. So just as we're getting toward the end of the second round, this makes sense.
Bengals up now.
Bengals
I
up
wonder what
now.
they're
There's a
it's hard with these good teams, what they need, what they're
yeah. I
gonna
mean
do.
they're in BPA mode. I would think, and Cincinnati Cincinnati did not take a tight end and could or did they?
They have Miles Murphy, and that's it. So no,
So no.
they
So
took an
I mean,
edge.
they're in play here for who's left at the tight end spot. Taylor. No, it's not Tyler Croft. It's his clone. What's that guy's name? Taylor Kraft or something.
Yeah. I don't remember him off the top of my head. Tucker Craft.
Tucker Kraft. Yeah, it's Tyler Croft's long lost cousin. Um,
Gotcha. I don't think they're going with they got Irv Smith, and not that he's like a great, but we're starting to we kind of exhausted the tight ends in the
wow, look at this
after
goat. Look at this goat who's making the guest selection for the Bengals.
relax. He wasn't even the best in his draft class.
I didn't say that. I just really like AJ Green.
You know your boy.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
DJ Turner, corner. All right.
Okay. So there I will say this. It's not a Joe Mixon replacement.
No. The Joe Mixon thing, so Cincinnati was a team I was thinking could possibly look at Jameer Gibbs had he fallen to the late first. Obviously, Detroit was not
Detroit
going to
said
let that
screw
happen.
that.
But yeah,
You think that
I
was
I'm
smoke?
I'm I don't know. I mean, I there's still a lot of running back talent. I mean, Nick, I got to be honest, we're sitting here now in the near end of the third round, and we only had three running backs go, or near end of the second round. I'm sorry, I keep
Yeah,
misspeaking here.
couple more picks left in the second round. Yeah.
I do we see a run of them in the third, the running backs?
I mean, in theory, that makes sense. I mean, you have Spears, you have Roshan Johnson, who I like. There's like almost no tread on his tires. Um, there's I mean there's a few guys. There's a few guys here. I don't think like you're not gonna see a Deuce Vaughn, I don't think, until tomorrow. But um,
Right.
who else we got here?
We got was
Evans,
who
Zach
did you say already?
Evans. We
Yep.
have my
Yep.
guy, Izzy. We got Izzy is still on the board. I would be curious
He's
to see if his.
interesting.
I think he could go in the third round. I think Izzy could go in the third round.
So let's read some names, and you tell me if you think we're going to see them off the board today.
I gotta check my
Tajay Spears,
Charbonnet shares, but okay, go for it.
Taj Tajay Spears,
I think he goes today. I think he goes tonight.
Devin Achain,
Oh, that's right, A Chain. Yeah, I think
A
it's
Chain, A Chain.
I
Sorry,
think it's A Chain for the record. Yeah,
you're right.
it's all,
It is. It is.
um, I want to believe he goes tonight because I like his straight line speed, but he's little. I'll say he doesn't go.
Okay.
I
Tank
like
Bigsby,
him, but I can't like him as much as I wish I could.
Tank Bigsby.
Yeah, he could go tonight. He's he's got a fun tape and a good tape. He's got good burst. He's got good size. Yeah,
Dwayne McBride.
yeah. So admittedly, I'm not as like caught up on my homework on him. Um,
Yeah.
but I know that he's somebody that's in this
Was
range of
he?
outcomes.
Is he the? He's not the Northwestern running back, is he?
Dwayne McBride was UAB.
UAB. Sorry.
But I mean, he's
Yeah.
5'11. He's got the size,
He
right?
does have the size. He doesn't catch the ball at all, but he really
Okay.
does just crush. So you know, Derrick Henry light possibly, but Henry catches a little bit.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
mean, yeah, Henry's proven he can do it, and even though they don't ask him to do it a lot, he can do it. I mean, he could be a
yeah,
good like spot for Tampa, just like a Rashad White compliment.
a player that I saw his name go a lot in those top 30 visits was Kendre Miller, which
Yes,
surprised me because I don't think he's that good.
he's K State. No,
Yeah.
that's Deuce Vaughn. Sorry, Miller is
Oh, you're right. You're right. Right. Right.
Miller's TCU.
Yeah, I stupidly didn't write the schools down. Yes, he's TCU,
Miller's
correct.
Miller's TCU. Yeah.
Yeah, which he was a big part of that offense, which
hmm
obviously had success. So it's interesting to think, like,
I
you
wonder
know,
if Jacksonville could go running back here again. They could complement Travis Etienne with one of these guys like a Bigsby or a McBride if the profile doesn't scream pass catcher. I mean, obviously that's Etienne through and through.
yeah,
Um, that's certainly possible.
I'm one. Yeah, the third round will be really telling here as far as what teams think of this position because all we've been hearing and assuming is that it was deep running back class. That was the strength as far as the fantasy world goes with this draft. Clearly, the receivers weren't as strong as the last few years. Tight end also a strength. Quarterback, some questions, but definitely some upside. So I'm very interested to see. It's so funny because we were setting it up like this would be super fantasy relevant day, which it still could be. I mean, third round still out of us, but I
Well,
haven't seen a whole lot yet. We got some tight end action, and always love some good tight end action, by the way. And
hey, heyo. I mean,
Uh,
the biggest
the
development for
risk,
fantasy is one that's like got us kind of frustrated right now. Is obviously Charbonnet to Seattle. So
big, big.
yeah.
And hot and two of the other, I'd say tier 2, 3 receivers, Hyatt and Josh Downs,
Mm-hmm.
still falling down the
Mm-hmm.
list here. And for teams looking to prefer that larger body receiver, which interestingly I thought was heading towards more speed and more, quick slot stuff. So it's interesting to see the league tell us, no, we want the size. We want the guys that
Mm-hmm.
can match up with, you know, corners and not, be they can contest those catches
Sure.
and fight for the ball.
Well, there's a tight end, Brenton Strange.
Penn State.
Yep. The other Penn State tight end, right? It was Schumacher was or Schum, yeah, was also Penn State. Um,
No, he was Michigan.
that's right, Michigan. Sorry, Big Ten. I'm Big Ten screw up. Um,
What's
okay.
this
I
do
mean,
for
so this
Evan Engram?
guy's gonna be. I guess that they're gonna run their 12 personnel. It's gonna be. Does this hurt? I mean, I won't. Okay, maybe not this year, but I mean, this is going to
Are
be an offense where if they want to run 12 personnel, and this guy caught 70 balls, I mean, they want to
are
run
they going
him
to do
and
that
Evan
though?
Ingram. Did Zay Jones just take a back seat? Are they going to run some 12 personnel where Ridley and Kirk are the wide receivers?
Yeah, I'm confused because, well, I don't know, because to me Kirk is, well, let me think about this.
Well, while you think about it, Houston,
Kirk's the slot guy.
The Eagles had this pick, and Houston traded
Oh,
for it.
Houston did jump. You're
Houston
right.
traded for it. Denver and
Wow.
Chicago are who they leapfrog.
Who do they want? Another running back,
Could be
maybe.
another running back.
Nope, center.
There you go. It's to help. It's to help Damian Pierce and Devin Singletary, I suppose.
Eagles have 2 picks now in the top of the third. If you remember, they swapped with the Cardinals from that kerfuffle incident with the head coach search. Nick, I'm blanking on his name again.
Gannon.
Gannon, yes. So the Eagles take a. I was putting the pick map out this early afternoon and was kind of had taken aback, like, oh wow, yeah, that is a significant jump in the third round. I mean, to do that
30
pick swap.
spots.
So
Yeah.
yeah, huge. So, now Eagles sitting at 65 and 66, trading back here. So we'll interesting to see if they get a running back, or if I would have to think they get a running back with one of those 2 picks.
Sure.
And if they don't, buy as much Rashad Penny as you can
As you
afford.
possibly can. Yeah.
If they don't take a running back at 65 or 66, it's Rashad Penny season.
Yeah. I mean, and they would still add somewhere, but now you're talking about significantly depreciated value.
Yes. Yes. And they're just watching, these running backs fall. Houston just didn't take one, obviously. And I don't see the Lions taking one. The Bears could, but I think they're safe falling back there.
I'm gonna let you take this for a bit. I'm gonna take a 2-minute
No
bathroom break
problem.
just before the Eagles make a pick. So I will be right back.
Sounds good. So we got the Broncos or no. Oh yeah, the Broncos. Oh, I missed this. Okay, so Denver came up and grabbed this pick from the Lions. I got to adjust this. Sorry, guys. We'll see who they get. Denver's kind of an interesting situation here after, Russ Wilson really didn't show up last year. Marvin Mims, Nick, your boy, Marvin Mims out of Oklahoma. So continue to see Hyatt and Downs fall, Josh Downs fall out of the second round now into the third. So Marvin Mims, I'm not surprised. I think that there, the talks about possibly trading Cortland Sutton came up and then settled down a little bit. I don't know if that's still possibly on the table for them. Second round pick on a receiver when you got him and Jerry Jeudy, KJ Hamler still there. Tim Patrick got the contract from them. So I'm a little interested in what this means for Cortland Sutton, to be honest. seems like Mims could come in and he's a guy got some speed, uh really good output there in Oklahoma for sure. I mean,
Mimsy,
2,400 yards, 20 touchdowns. There you go, your boy.
Mimsy. There we go.
It's Nick talking to me in my earpiece right now. He's just realized Mims was taken. Yep. Yeah, Mims is
I like this
Mims
guy.
Mims in the second round.
I like this guy, and yeah, he just clears the second round. Um, as far as sneaking in there, I um I like him as a second round pick in your rookie draft. As you know, as soon as that 205, 20,
Definitely.
mid second round range, especially having leapfrogged a couple of guys, he might not even last that long at this point. You might need to go a little bit higher to get him. Um,
I think we could see him going in the someone who's a little savvy, likes him, could has an early second round pick. I'm talking like 203 to
could
206
be could be
could jump
grab
on
could
Mims.
be could be grabbing him here and there here in that range before long. Yeah, I like
All
I
right, we're
like Mims. I like his numbers. I like his profile. By all accounts, the yards per route run is a big strength for him. There's factors that I like with Mims and this draft capital. And I heard you talking, kind of bringing back the reminder that there were conversations early in the offseason about will the Broncos move one of their incumbents at wide receiver. Um, Whether that actually comes to fruition or not, I think this pick is, indicative of they might not be sitting and waiting on wide receiver. They want to go get a guy that they think they can contribute and, you know, they could
yeah,
potentially move forward without one of those guys. I would think Sutton is the guy, but
yeah,
that they move
I
on
agree.
from. I like Jerry Judy, but
Sutton showed flashes, and I think Judy cemented himself as their one at this point. So
Judy
Sutton
supplanted
certainly
him. Yeah,
took a step back, and I could, with this pick, I mean, like I'm saying, they gave Tim Patrick that contract too. I think we're gonna see Sutton playing somewhere else. If not before the season starts, sometime during the year. So I don't know what that means for his fantasy value. But yeah, as a Russell Wilson recent owner, traded a first down the road in Superflex for Russell Wilson, trying to buy low in our Superflex Dynasty League. I'm very
hmm
happy with this Marvin Mims pick
I
for
mean,
sure.
yeah, they add to the offense. Sean Payton's the head coach.
Yeah, exactly.
The run game could struggle a little bit without Javonte Williams. I mean, Russ could run a little bit more if he's still capable. I mean, that's something he's clearly done well in the past. He didn't do as much of it this past year. Um, yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
the arrow's pointing up on Russ. I have several shares of him, especially
best ball.
in the Superflex best balls. Yep.
Are you getting him in redraft at all, or is he too down the list and you're not? I mean, he's got upside. Obviously, we've seen it. Is Russell Wilson somebody you're potentially saying, "Hey, let me take a flyer on a couple guys here later in the draft," and Russell Wilson's one of those guys in that 10, 11, 12 down to like 15 range.
Yeah. I originally was at the start of the offseason. I just want to see if does his ADP start to climb? Oh, the Broncos are addressing their offense, and people start realizing, you get the average fan who's like, wait, Sean Payton's the head coach now, like, and the light bulb goes on. So we'll see how high he climbs. I wouldn't be
Yeah,
surprised if he was kind of creeping back into that like eighth round, ninth round ish ADP, at least in best ball in one quarterback leagues. And I'm not going to have a ton of shares if that's the case, but if he slides a little bit and is closer to the around the top 100 as far as picks, sure, yeah, I'll roll the dice on the bounce back. Yeah,
nice. Zach Pickens, D tackle, South Carolina for the Bears. So Eagles have their choice of running back here as far as who's
Sure.
left outside of those top three, which in my opinion were the projected top three to go. So
Yeah. Yeah. That
this will
that played out.
this is telling for Rashad Penny's value moving into this season for me.
Yeah, absolutely. The Eagles don't have a ton of late picks this year in a way that they usually do. Now I'm sure they probably just picked up at least one or two in this trade down from 62 to 65. But they probably only picked up. I'm curious to see what the. Let me look that up on Twitter right now. Um, let's see what did the Eagles give up to move from 62 to 65?
Well, they didn't give up; they would have gotten something.
Or yeah, sorry. Eagles sent
It,
62 to Houston for 65, 188, and 230. Wow, they did get two. I guess 188 is a sixth rounder, if I can do math. 230 is a seventh rounder.
no, I think it would be a fifth rounder actually.
Is that a fifth round pick?
188.
Yeah.
I think so.
So they moved down three spots to pick up a fifth and
Wait,
a seventh. That's pretty good.
is it? Maybe it is a sixth actually. It is a sixth. I'm sorry.
Okay. Still, those are that's
Six and a seventh.
okay. That's fine. I mean, that's still pretty good value for just moving down three spots in the third round, and the pick is in. So
Well, down three spots from the second to the third. So,
sure, sure, sure,
but
sure,
yeah,
sure. Either way,
is
they
is
picked
this
up some
where
extra picks.
Hendon Hooker possibly?
I would be a little surprised. The Eagles are a quarterback factory, though. Don't lest
Are they?
oh, they're a quarterback factory. They're self-proclaimed quarterback factory.
I don't know if I agree with that.
They would tell you they are.
Yep. Yeah, I think Carson Wentz, Vince Young,
Matt Barkley.
uh, Matt Barkley. I think they got something to say about that. Oh man. All right, Nick. This is going to determine the
Nick
rushing
Foles.
offense. Nick, well, he's in the plus side, so I wasn't going to say him. That's
Oh,
no doubt.
I wasn't gonna focus on the positives of the quarterback factory.
No, 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 no,
Why
no,
would
no, no, no.
why would I do that? Why would I do that?
That, that's your job. That's
Yeah,
your job.
and the light bulb went on. I was like, oh wait, forgetting about the most important part of the QB factory.
Statue. He's got the statue.
Yeah, he does. All right. What are the Eagles going to do here? I mean, yeah, naturally you figure our a running back is a need. I mean, they addressed the defensive line and the linebacking core yesterday.
Yeah.
Um, Another thing they could do is the secondary again.
Well, they got the corner, so as a safety on the board, they like. Is there a linebacker they like?
Well, they got no, they got
Why?
the line, they got Nolan Smith as their second. They got the detail. They got
Yeah, but he's an edge rusher to me. I'm talking like a
like a pure linebacker.
yeah, just more middle linebacker type. Is and also wide receiver. I mean, outside of you brought in Zacchaeus, but outside of AJ Brown and my gosh, blanking on the name. This is bad.
Devontae
I'm
Smith.
Devontae. Holy smokes.
Just the Heisman winner from a couple years ago.
Yeah. Outside of them, I mean, it's not like it's been possibly inconceivable to jump on the talent that you like that's fallen. I mean, we've seen a lot of guys go, so maybe it's the league telling us that Hyatt and Downs really aren't the talent that the media was saying they would be, or these fantasy pundits.
Certainly possible.
I think running back's got to be one of these two picks. As far as the other one, you know, bolster that second, get the safety. I mean, you guys are not drafting for need. You're drafting best player available, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it makes sense. Let's see what happens here.
Yeah, I think Drew Sanders out of Arkansas is consideration.
They just don't value that position historically.
Well, it's a third round pick, so it's not like we're talking about a heavy investment here.
I feel bad for Hendon Hooker's watch party. He's got grandpa in the on the over his shoulder, just falling asleep.
Brutal.
He'll get picked. He will get picked. It's just a matter of when. I know this isn't the slide that he was hoping for, but
No,
he
we saw Malik Willis last year slide.
right. He'll hear his name. He'll hear his name called.
Yeah, man, oh man, Byron Young was a name. A lot of the top 30 visits, he was on there a lot. Look out, he could be.
He could go here.
I mean, possibly. You guys got the D line yesterday though, so I
Sure.
doubt it. Oops,
Eagles
sorry,
love
I
those
just bumped
trenches,
bumped
though.
my table, guys. Sorry about that.
Try to forgive that.
Is Jair Brown, Penn State, possibly. Riley Moss,
Yeah, could
Iowa.
use a safety. They lost C.J. Gardner Johnson. Ooh, Trent Cole's making the pick. Uh, love that guy. Or Trent Cole's announcing the pick.
He was giving his input. What do you mean?
Eh, he earned it. he was big
All right,
time.
offense bolster that offensive
Tyler
line a
State.
little
There you
more.
go.
Tyler
And they go
Steen,
back to the SEC.
Alabama.
Yep.
Yep. Oh, he's doing both.
Oh wow. They just said screw it. Send them both in.
Get them both out there.
Yep.
Sidney Brown, safety, Illinois.
Okay.
No running backs.
No running
No running
backs.
backs.
Go buy Rashad Penny.
Bye, 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 bye.
What are the Eagles? I know who will have the picks updated for me. That's the man, the myth, the legend, Jimmy Kempski, the best beat reporter on the Eagles beat.
Is he update what picks? What do you mean?
He has a live pick tracker of the Eagles picks. So the Eagles don't have, to your point of the reason I'm looking this up is your point to Rashad Penny. The Eagles, as of right now, obviously they could still figure out a way to trade back into the draft or trade back up into the sooner rounds. Their
Sixth round.
their next pick is the 6th round. So yeah,
Which was the pick they got, which is the trade back was good because they didn't have that pick or the pick after it. They just had a couple seventh rounders. So yeah, they were.
So buy Rashad Penny, yeah. Buy Rashad Penny. Their next opportunity, at least as of right now, is a 6th round pick.
Just checking in, Nick. We've got the Phillies up on the Astros 2-1.
You love to see it, at least for now, anyway. And while we're keeping tabs on scores, the NBA playoffs are also ongoing at the moment. With a couple of elimination games, the Kings, who are facing elimination tonight, are up 7 on the Warriors at halftime.
Yep. And then later at 7:30 Pacific, 10:30 Eastern, you have the Grizzlies looking to hold on versus the Lakers.
And for anybody who's a hockey head, here's a development. The top seeded Bruins are currently trailing at the end of the second period to the Florida Panthers 3-2. That would be an upset of colossal proportions. Now, this is a game 6. Boston can end Florida's season tonight. They probably already should have, but that
They're in the
series remains alive.
middle of a power play, actually, in between periods right now.
Okay. All right.
Go Carolina.
Yeah, or go Florida.
Florida, sorry. I thought it was Hurricanes.
You got your Panthers mixed up.
Got them all swapped around.
We're screwing up Big Ten teams. We're screwing up hockey teams.
Guys, that's why we have a football show, not the other sports.
Interesting. DeMarcus Ware is doing a pick announcement for the Broncos and not the Cowboys.
Got Lions and then the Rams falling. Drew Sanders, linebacker.
Let's just address, doing what they got to do to
And
address the
this
defense.
this is the linebacker I mentioned. If the Eagles were looking at linebacker, they could grab 2022 unanimous All American. I mean, pick makes sense. I like the pick for just the talent in general. Good value.
Sure.
Nick, I'm gonna excuse myself for 30 seconds. All right.
Yeah, go for it. So, with the Broncos addressing defense, the Lions have addressed offense pretty heavily thus far. Obviously, yesterday they got Jahmyr Gibbs. Tonight they get Brian Branch on defense, but they also add Sam Laporta earlier at tight end. Lots of picks for the Lions. This must still be the ramifications of the Stafford trade. So they get an opportunity to add a third, or excuse me, this is a third round pick. I almost said a second round pick, but they're adding. They also traded down from 6 to get the Cardinals. Remember, the Cardinals traded down from They did. They did do that. They did do that trade with Arizona as well. Let's see what happens here. They could go. I mean, they've gotten 2 guys on defense and 2 guys on offense. So I'll say it, as long as Detroit is on the board. I mean, I think Hendon Hooker remains in play as a potential option for them. I think the Rams and Vegas are the next 2 teams. I wouldn't be surprised if this is where we saw the end of the Hendon Hooker fall.
You would think so. I mean, at some point too. I mean, you got the Buccaneers picking at 82 right
Screw
now.
that. The Rams just traded out of pick 69. Very nice, to Houston.
Well, right. Let me update.
Pick
Yeah,
50.
I wish we had more fantasy stuff to talk about, you guys.
Yeah,
I mean,
I
this
mean,
is
it does feel like it's been a little the well's been a little dry here tonight as far as the fantasy fallout. I guess just to recap it, a lot of tight ends taken in the second round. Sam Laporta, followed immediately by Michael Mayer. You also see Luke Musgrave to the Packers. Oh my gosh, what else happened? Schumacher to the Cowboys, and then Strange to the Jags. So plenty of tight ends to keep an eye on for your tight end premium leagues. As far as wide receivers go, the first receiver taken tonight was Jonathan Mingo to Carolina. He's got a wide open opportunity there, considering the competition that he has. Sorry DJ Chark and Adam Thielen, but Mingo's got a wide open opportunity with that landing spot. Bit of a surprise. Jaden Reed is the second wide receiver off the board tonight to the Packers. So they load up. They get Jaden Reed and Luke Musgrave. So they're, to me, if you're breaking in a new young quarterback, get him some help. So
yeah, no doubt.
I can appreciate that. That the Packers at least in the second round did just that. They got some offensive pieces for Jordan Love to work with, in addition to Christian Watson and Romeo Doubs. And then after that, a few picks later, it's Rashee Rice to Kansas City, 6'2", body out of SMU, excuse me, with another wide open opportunity. But again, we've done this song and dance with Chiefs players before attached to Patrick Mahomes. I would just tread lightly with how high you're willing to go on Rashee Rice in your dynasty rookie drafts. And then it got rounded out with a guy I do like, a guy I am enthusiastic about, Marvin Mims, closing out the second round tonight. going to the Denver Broncos. That is not an immediate wide open opportunity, but I like the talent.
Who's this guy?
Speaking of talent, that is Amon Ra.
Oh, I know him.
We know Amon Ra.
Hooker to the Lions.
Ah, see this? Yeah, I think this makes a lot of sense. I have to imagine Vegas could have been in play there at 70, so the Lions go ahead and again
Yep.
he's the last what was considered upper echelon prospect at the position. The Lions, as far as I'm concerned, are not. You cannot sit here and say you're entrenched with Jared Goff for any amount of time. Um, so
Yeah.
give the kid a look. Why not?
The show and the play where he.
Yeah,
Oof.
we're the
Yeah. No. Hendon Hooker. Uh. What do you say? I mean, for the Lions, it's a not too much risk as far as the draft capital falls to the third round. Able to get a guy if you're not fully certain. He's not Patrick Mahomes. Like you're not fully certain he's gonna be your guy forever. Hooker's got a great deep ball. Helped Hyatt get all those touchdowns this year, but it's yeah, it's just a little interesting as to what to really value him with. I mean, in a super flex league, seeing how some of these other players are falling at these other positions, I'm probably throwing a mid, maybe late. I don't even know, maybe even higher than that. I mean, super flex, you're just always looking for a quarterback,
I
but
would
third,
spend a second round pick on him, a late second round pick
yeah,
on
that's
him.
what I was gonna say. A second rounder was what I
Yeah.
was saying.
I mean, at that point, you might as well take a chance on a quarterback who at least has some decent draft capital.
Yeah, for sure,
You're not
for
relying
sure.
on Hendon Hooker this year. The Lions aren't relying on Hendon Hooker this year. But,
No,
I mean, again, we play Dynasty. We're playing the long game here. I mean, the idea is he could get an opportunity before long. And this is one of those spots where it's not out of the realm of possibility that it happens sooner than later. So, yeah. Um, with all the uncertainty with the wide receivers, we haven't had another running back taken yet, and Charbonnet ended up in an absolutely gross landing spot. Despite this fall, Hooker should draw some decent capital in your dynasty rookie drafts.
yep,
In Superflex, of course.
I agree. I agree, agree, agree.
So, no, I like that spot. I figured the Lions could be in play. I figured a team like the Rams could be in play. I know they just traded out of this pick, and I figured Vegas could be in play, and Vegas is on the clock in the one pick from now. So, um,
Yeah, makes sense. They jumped
yeah,
up
the move makes sense from Detroit. And congrats to Hendon
so.
Hooker. Obviously, you hate to
Yes,
see guys go down. Like non-contact injuries are always like a goddamn it moment for the player. Um,
for sure.
so happy to see that. Happy to see that happen.
No doubt, no doubt. See what the Texans take here.
They got a YouTuber to announce the pick. Where was our invite? This kid's a YouTuber.
Nathaniel Dell, wide receiver,
Mm.
and the fall of Hyatt continues and Downs.
Yep, Hyatt and Downs continue to um, tumble on down. I guess it's not out of the realm of possibility that New Orleans grabs one of them at 71.
Certainly not.
I'm
I
not sure how much.
mean,
I'm not sure how much we believe or how much more Michael Thomas has left in the tank at this point.
definitely, definitely. Yeah. I mean, they got to be taken in. I would think they've got to go in the third round here. Those players, but
Sure.
I'm almost. I mean, aside from the obvious fall of them from what their projections were, let's like let's figure out here. Are we going to see any of these running backs going anytime soon? I mean, just
I want one to
the
go.
does the league value the position that low, or they're just not going to take them, or has the fantasy community just overvalued the talent level and what the league actually thinks of these players?
And I'll piggyback off that with another rhetorical question. Do you then
Yeah.
worry that much about a running back that gets drafted in the fourth or fifth round? Like, do you feel like, all right, well, this guy was still the fourth running back taken or the fifth running back taken in the class? Like, to the point of the
Right.
devaluing, they might think to themselves, well, we took this fifth round running back because in a bygone era, he would have been a second round pick, but we have a plan for him. We just didn't need to get him that early because nobody else was we were all thinking the same thing. Devalue,
Right.
devalue, devalue.
Right.
You know?
No, good point. Very good point.
Like I wouldn't necessarily be afraid of a running back or turned off of a running back drafted in the fifth round, thinking, well, there goes his chance. You know,
Yeah, for sure.
watch the Raiders take. watch the watch the Raiders take one. I would be so upset for Josh Jacobs.
that would be that would be
I would.
impressive. Oh my god, the Raiders are a team to do shit like that though. So,
I'm curious. I mean, they need defense.
all right.
Who are we
They
taking here for this? Byron Young. And
Good pick.
exactly that. They
Good pick.
need defense. They take a guy who, uh, a lot of top 30 visits. This checks out. This tracks.
Yep. Yep. Absolutely.
Now, New Orleans is an interesting. This they're as far as I'm concerned, New Orleans could use a piece on offense. I think they have a decent defense already in place. I mean,
Yeah.
you signed Derek Carr, which means you're clearly going for it this year. There's questions about Alvin Kamara's future, short and long term. I think because he's not just not just is he facing discipline from the league, but he's going to be 28.
For
And
sure.
and after Chris Olave, I mean Rashid Shaheed looks like a fun player who looks like he should have a role without a doubt. But Michael Thomas again ended the season on injured reserve. You don't have that much else to work with. You signed Jamal Williams, so maybe you're not in the running back market, but you should be in the wide receiver market here.
Yeah, you would think so. I mean, but you know what, Nick? I'm just kind of just confused about some of these players falling that we've been seeing. I mean, but yeah, it makes sense.
Troy Vincent's making this pick.
Running
Hey,
back, there we go. Kendra Miller,
hey,
TCU.
okay,
He was getting a lot of those visits, like I was saying, a lot of
okay.
those visits.
There we go.
And now I wonder if we see the the cork sort of pop here, and we just
Sure.
watch.
Yeah. Does Arizona grab a guy for the future? Did
Yep.
the Rams grab a guy to complement Cam Akers? Who else do they have?
I mean, I can't. Who's that? Sorry.
Who else do the Rams have behind Akers? Oh, that Kyron
Akers.
Williams.
Yeah, they have Akers, Kyron Williams, and then Ronnie Rivers.
So they could absolutely take a guy.
Yep.
Yeah, we could see the floodgates open a little bit, but all right, here we go.
That's the metaphor I was looking for.
Yeah, there you go. Now we finally start to get some clarity as far as running back rankings, I guess, at least as it pertains to how this third round shakes out. Um,
Let's
Kendra
talk
Miller
real quick
from
about Kendra
RB4
Miller. Yeah.
off the board is an interesting development. Let me check his sleeper ADP really quick.
Do you have concerns about Alvin Kamara other than what you had with them taking a third round running back?
Miller's currently ranked like 22, so that in Superflex, Miller is the 22nd ranked rookie, so that's a late second round pick. He's going to bump up a small amount there, I would say, maybe more of a mid second round pick in your dynasty rookie drafts now. Um, Maybe more around the 204, 205 range, even possibly
Are,
depending on how the rest of this shakes out. Um,
are you worried about Alvin Kamara, about Was it Williams that just went there?
Jamal Williams. Yeah, I mean
Jamal Williams. Like,
it's a
what's
crowded
Kendry Williams
backfield.
do or Miller?
It's a crowded backfield as of right now, but you have to imagine at this point Alvin Kamara is getting slapped with a suspension of some length.
Yes.
Once this all shakes out, once the legal process plays out, which when is his next court date, or when is this when is this going to
In
trial?
July. In
Okay.
July, I want to say. I don't know for sure.
Yeah, so honestly, Miller is a good investment now while that ruling is a ways off, because people are immediately going to there's going to be people who are jumping at the bit to get Miller now because they've been on the fact that Kamara is facing discipline from the
Yeah.
league, potentially a
Yeah.
severe one as well. I mean, the evidence is not good for Alvin Kamara. So I mean,
Yeah.
no, I won't. I'm not worried. I mean, I think Williams got a decent contract from the Saints, but I mean, they didn't give him outrageous money. I would say, yeah. I mean, like I said, Miller in that 205 range in your dynasty rookie drafts, possibly even a smidge higher than that, a pick or two higher than that. I don't think is out of the realm of possibility.
Let me ask you something. Just getting away from dynasty for a second. The
Sure.
other type of league people would possibly be drafting now. We're looking at early offseason best balls, post draft. Are you Are you taking Kendry Miller as anything more than a late round running back flyer in, say, the 11th, 12th round, or are you now bumping him up because of the draft capital and, positional value within this draft into that like eighth round? Uh, we'll say hypothetically Alvin Kamara with a 6-game suspension.
After that news comes down, I'm probably not going to end up with too much of him because then he's going to start getting overdrafted. Um, but for now, coming out of the draft, for those who are playing best ball, let's say his ADP settles into that like 90 to 100 picks in. Yeah, I'll take a chance. Absolutely.
I'm saying though, because we're obviously seeing Kamara's ADP is pretty low. Like I think
Yeah.
people are building in the idea he will be suspended to some degree. So I'm just saying hypothetically, we'll say it's 6 games. Uh, Knowing that now, I would imagine Kendry Miller's ADP is sort of uh some degree that's going to be baked into the concept. Like I don't,
Sure.
if Kamara is suspended for the season, then yeah, that's a different situation. But I don't think we expect that to be the case. Um, I'm wondering, do you see him as the running back 3 on this team once all of them are back? Does he have the talent in your eyes to supersede Jamal Williams or to take some sort of reign on that backfield?
Probably not year one. All things they have all three of them. Arizona continues to go after defense.
Yep.
Um, Probably not. I mean, not every third round pick turns into Alvin Kamara like he was in a different several years
Yeah,
ago.
definitely.
Um,
Agree.
Now that being said, Kamara had I think was last year his like most inefficient season as a pro.
Yeah, it's been tailing the last
It
couple of years, but
so
I believe, I mean, especially the touchdowns have just been low, but they were just doing weird stuff also with, you have Taysom in there for the goal line stuff every once in a while.
it was a bad
Um,
offense last year.
Bad offense in general. You got to think it's better with Derek Carr in there now, another
Sure,
year with Olave.
more
So
scoring opportunities.
I'm
Yeah,
I'm hoping for Kamara's sake that they up the offensive game in general and he gets more action near the end zone, has more scoring opportunities, but it's hard to say. And the Giants going now, do they go receiver? That's the question I'm
I'm gonna
wondering.
keep saying yes until they do it. So
Cedric Tillman, I liked as
there you
a,
go.
watching the
See, yeah, I
film.
mean that makes sense,
That's not who they took though, is it?
or it would make sense.
Jalen Hyatt.
Okay,
Jalen Hyatt finally goes.
there he goes.
I'm a
Yeah.
little surprised just based on the profile, like just the type of player he is, the type of player is already on the Giants as far as that position goes. But last year's Blitnikoff Award winner, so what are you going to say? I mean, he's going to come in here try to prove the haters wrong. I think it really helps Daniel Jones for sure, but it's kind of a clusterfuck in that receiver room now. It's a lot of shorter slot type players. I'm not really sure what to really do with any of it, to be honest. I mean, he's not short. I guess he's 6 foot. He's slim. He's only 180 pounds.
I mean,
So
is he does he start on the outside?
I think he has to.
I mean, you have Wandale, you have Hodgins.
Well, Wandale's your slot for sure.
Wandale's your slot guy.
So
Yeah,
yeah, Hyatt and Slayton comes in every once in a while, probably. I mean, I don't know what they're going to do with Paris Campbell.
right. They signed
Just
Paris Campbell, but that wasn't a
mo-
significant contract.
but more speed, more weapons for Daniel Jones. I don't hate Daniel Jones as a late quarterback to grab in your. I know he just got in super flex leagues. I would love Daniel Jones as my quarterback too.
There you go.
Real quick, Rojo just jumped in. Shocked they took Kendry Miller. Yeah, we were too, Rojo. There's a few running backs I had ahead of Miller, and none of them are going. So maybe Cleveland takes one here, knowing Hunt's on the way out
They left,
and
yeah, Kareem Hunt.
Chubb's a little older.
To Ernest Johnson is gone.
I think at this point it's a crapshoot. Guys could go anywhere, and it's really gonna, we're gonna see what happens.
I think they take yeah, they could take
There we go, Cedric Tillman.
oh, they took okay, they take a wide receiver. Interesting. They just traded for Elijah Moore. I mean, this buries Donovan Peoples Jones, I would think.
Yeah, it's interesting because I like what Peoples Jones does on the field.
Yeah, me
Hasn't gotten
too.
a ton of work, but
Tillman
Elijah
sucks.
Moore comes in the slot, and you figured it would be Jones and Cooper on the outside, but Amari Cooper's getting older. Uh, you know, Peoples Jones certainly hasn't flashed star power, so Tillman's a player I like, and honestly was their number one receiver until he went down, and Hyatt just
Yep.
exploded onto the scene. So it's we'll see what he does. I like the player. Landing spot's a little interesting as far as his fantasy value. So, we'll see. The dynasty rookie draft landscape for this, just watch this week on some of this. We're gonna be paying attention, giving you guys some of our thoughts on where we like these guys based on landing spot, but it is weird and wacky this draft. 2023. Everyone was talking about trading for those picks. Obviously, Bijan, I think, is going to pan out, but
Sure, he'll be fine.
outside of him, it's even with Gibbs, like it's just been weird. Some of these, I mean, Gibbs in Detroit with Montgomery, Swift still not on another team yet, and soon I assume he will be. But Zach Charbonnet to Seattle, only second round running back taken, and then Kendry Miller in the third was not who I expected to be the fourth running back off the board. So let's
Yeah.
see what happens. I'll tell you what, Atlanta better not fucking take one of them right here.
They're not. They're not. They're not going to. You have no
I
concerns
know.
there. They took their guy eighth overall, so they'll do something else here. Yeah, I mean, it's something worth monitoring for dynasty rookie drafts. As far as like once you get the opportunity to dissect and do your homework, do your research, you know, who do you actually want to spend these late first round picks on? I wouldn't mind.
Yeah.
Yeah. So again, feels good to get rid of them.
This is the exact kind of draft too, where you're gonna see a guy pop off that like we didn't expect, and there's no obvious pick over this guy versus that guy based on landing spot. So you're gonna want to do your homework. You're gonna want to watch some film. You're gonna want to analyze, who the talent is, and that's what me and Nick have been doing. So we're gonna try to do our best to guide you guys as to where you should be looking at guys within that late first, second round, because it's really up in the air. And we'll see where the running backs could really kind of set the tone for that early second round, but we still haven't seen where they go,
Mm-hmm.
when they go. It's up in the air, guys.
Yeah, it's been a weird draft for fantasy purposes.
So Falcons are looking to pick now. We'll see who they take. I imagine it's going to be possibly a receiver. I wouldn't hate Josh Downs here. Actually, that would be real. I wouldn't have hated him in the second round, but getting him in the third, I would actually really like that pick. But
Give your
I
young
think they're
quarterback some more help.
yeah. We got the O line figured out. Defense. It's defense or receiver for me, and I think that is what makes the most sense.
And just for the record, we talked about how we like, or Jalen Hyatt obviously helps Daniel Jones. I mean, Cedric Tillman helps Deshaun Watson.
No doubt.
You know,
No doubt. Yeah, no doubt.
yeah, he gets a little
Yeah,
boost
I
there.
wish we could give you guys a little more instant reaction with the analysis on it. We're gonna have to do a little more homework, deep dive, figure out our thoughts. But it's certainly going to be interesting, probably pretty difficult to navigate this landscape.
After the top 6 picks in dynasty rookie drafts, it feels a little bit like a crapshoot.
Yeah, and they were the
You
six
know,
that were kind of expected, but maybe we thought there were seven with Levis, but he's fallen a little now. So, where do you take him? He's probably the back of the first guy at this point.
mm-hmm.
Hooker will find his way into the second
So
round, I
yeah,
imagine, in drafts.
yeah,
I I don't think we'll see another quarterback drafted for a while at this point. Definitely not today.
certainly not today. Or yeah, can't imagine anyway.
Where are we going here? OSU. D end. Okay. Zach Harrison, defense. I like
All
that.
right, I mean, whatever. Address the line, attack the defensive line. Now with
We
the
needed it and we hadn't addressed it yet. So
Patriots on the board now. I mean, this could be the end of the Josh Downs fall. The Rams could take him if the Patriots don't. There's a couple teams here that could use some wide receivers.
yeah, they got their edge in Keontae White and Christian Gonzalez. Patriots have had an actually surprisingly good draft. I feel like they usually screw,
They
even
have
with their
some
success, it was around
interesting
Brady, but
picks. Yeah,
no, they've had some good picks, I think, so far.
the Christian
So
Gonzalez pick was a good one. They got Skoronski obviously at 11, right? So I mean,
no, the Patriots?
yeah,
No, they got Christian Gonzalez and Keon White.
White. That's right. Sorry about that. Yeah, I knew they
Skoronski
got
went to
Gonzalez.
Tennessee.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, they. That's right.
Could they replace is Jonnu Smith getting replaced with a Darnell Washington here?
Could be.
Possibly.
Could be.
Josh Downs, like you said,
Do you
certainly
yeah? Do
to
you
to
replace
come
Jacoby
in.
Myers with Josh Downs? Well, I guess you did that with Juju, but do you add to that because they still could use a wide
Yeah, the,
receiver?
the tough thing is that Juju's clearly a slot receiver, and I think that's where Josh Downs fits best. So I don't know if that's redundant. Linebacker Marte Mapu. Okay.
I mean, Belichick's a defensive guy. It's kind of all there is to that.
Yeah, not much analysis I can provide there.
Nah, at this point, I mean, the interest is in the running backs and the wide receivers, of course. So we're kind of at the mercy of the draft at this point. Um,
Yep.
Appreciate you guys coming in and hanging out, of course. Happy to take any questions at this point. If there's anything, whether it's trades you're considering, or what do I do with this player, or what do I do with this pick, happy to talk shop there. We'll of course keep tabs here as we have been going through it. As this third round continues on. Um, but
Yeah, guys.
the value of the running backs continues to diminish. I mean, we're almost 80 picks into a draft, and we've seen four backs go, and the landing spot of two of them is quite puzzling.
See what the Rams do here. Oh, there we go. Byron Young.
Why do I feel like I already saw his
Oh,
name?
there's two. Wait, there's two Byron Youngs.
The
So
one
wait,
from
there's a.
Alabama,
That's
and
what it is.
there's one from Tennessee. Okay,
Now I'm wondering if
I was
that's
having
why I saw his
super
name
deja
showing up
vu
so
there.
much.
Oh my
Same.
god.
I'm wondering now if that's why I saw his name popping up so much on the 30-day visits because it was two different guys.
Byron Young had a bunch of 60-day visits.
Oh my gosh. That's hilarious.
There you go. That's super confusing for this guy's inner circle when the other Byron Young got picked was just like, who is it? We still have to wait to hear the school.
Yep. He looks pretty quick. He's moving.
That's some good
All right.
sideline to sideline speed right there.
Yeah. So Packers are up now. Packers picks so far have been Van Ness, the edge, first round. Second round, they got tight end Musgrave and Jalen Reed. So some pass catchers.
Yep.
So I imagine they're probably going to go defensive back, probably safety, I would think.
Defense would presumably make sense here.
Jordan Love got help.
All of a sudden,
Offense, Nick.
all of a sudden, just like that.
There you go. Croft's brother,
Yeah, there's
Tucker.
Tucker Kraft. That's that's Tyler Croft's long lost cousin. So Luke Musgrave and Tucker Kraft, they double down on tight ends up in Green Bay.
I'm going to go ahead and say our friend Nick Contino is not happy that they're just getting all these tight ends.
Well, he's wondering who's catching the ball. You got your answer.
Yeah, it's certainly not a question anymore as far as just fill in the room with that position.
Got that answer though.
Yep. Wow. Let me see my notes on Tucker Kraft.
He's Tyler Croft's long lost brother, long lost cousin.
Good with ball in hands. FCS school, so see if he makes the jump.
South Dakota State, yeah.
Probably a transition period I wrote. So I'm thinking he comes out, potential, but it's probably going to take him a little bit to get up to speed with the talent that he's going to be in the NFL with, seeing as he went to South Dakota State. So, obviously good player himself, coming out of FCS, always got to consider that, but we'll see what he does.
It's Dallas Goedert's alma mater. So, bit of a pedigree there.
There you go. Who'd they get? Josh Downs to the Colts. There you go.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, get your rookie quarterback some help when there is a need at wide receiver. I mean, Alec Pierce is an interesting player, but I mean, you needed another guy in there for sure.
I like that landing spot for him. Well, no, I say that, but Richardson, it's tough with Richardson, right? Like,
well, we want to see him. You need to see him develop as a passer, of course. There could be. See, now Downs to that point, you're probably going to see him fall a little bit because it's possible as a result you have to wait on him a little bit, just because of the development of the offense as a whole.
So they brought in McKenzie.
Yep.
They had Pierce last year who had flashes.
Yep.
Josh Downs to me is a slot guy, but I don't know. I mean, we'll see. I mean, they'll probably just not maybe they'll just kind of put out a 4 wide receiver set there and just run 10 personnel and and just keep it wide
Spread,
for
just
Richardson
spread
to
for yeah,
scramble if
right, and
needs
then he
be.
can he can just make the reads and hit the
Yeah.
holes.
So Steelers trade the pick. Carolina now on the clock. Interesting.
Leapfrogging Tennessee among others. Tampa. Does Carolina take a running back? I mean, they signed Miles Sanders to a decent contract.
They jumped up quite a few spots actually just now. So I am curious as to
So
what
maybe
this
it's not a
means.
running back. Maybe they're just looking to get some help on defense, which they sorely need. Because their first two,
Yeah,
they've made. What are the picks that they've made so far? They got obviously they have Bryce Young, but did they have a
they
second?
have Bryce Young and yeah, Jonathan Mingo earlier
Right,
this
right,
today
that's
in the
right,
second
Mingo.
round.
Okay, so they did address the offense. I mean, they sorely need some help on defense. I got to think that
Yeah.
that's a real
Yeah.
possibility here of any kind.
Yeah, I don't think they're going running back. Not that they don't need it, but it's less of a urgency for them. Oh no, they got Miles Sanders. What am we talking about?
Right, they signed Miles Sanders.
Never mind. I'm being stupid. I forgot they
I was
got
just,
him.
I mean, it's not out of they, but Donta Foreman did walk, and so you got to have,
They got Chuba. Blackshear showed some
yeah,
stuff last year. I think they're okay. I don't think they're going running back this year. Maybe later, just take a flyer on a guy, a special teams guy. Um, receiver. They obviously got Mingo, like we talked about. So I'm going to go ahead and assume this is a defensive back or a edge rusher. Derek Brown at nose tackle is really the anchor on their defensive line, but they could really use some help on the edge. They don't have much there.
now I'll continue to say, as every time Tampa comes up, they have to be a potential landing spot for a Tank Bigsby. You know,
IJ Spears.
sure, one of these running backs here. Carolina, maybe not. Tennessee, maybe not. Tampa Bay, maybe.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm really not sure.
I would think that's the next potential landing spot for a running back here.
Yeah.
Carolina, I mean, Carolina could go back to the well at wide receiver, but they should go defense. And then Tennessee, I mean, they got offensive line. They got a quarterback to develop. I mean, they could use a wide receiver.
Oh, no doubt.
They actually kind of really need one.
Yeah, they got Woods is gone. It's just Burks now, right?
It's Traylon Burks and Nick Westbrook Akine, and who else do they have?
Or they get DJ Johnson out of Oregon.
Okay.
So they like. I mean, they like him. They moved up a lot. That's what I was saying. They quite a big jump to get up there.
Sure.
So yeah, I mean, yeah. I mean, you got to get the defense right. It's like what I said: edge rusher. You got Derek Brown in the middle, and now you can put some talent on the outside. See what you get.
Makes sense.
Now coming up, what do we got? Titans certainly could get
What are the
a
wide receivers left on the board? I mean, you have
I got
Butte.
you. Yeah, so top guys I'm looking at that are still left are Booty, Xavier Hutchinson,
Mm-hmm.
uh, Raheem Jarrett, Parker Washington, Tyler Scott, Trey Palmer, Speed Demon, Trey Palmer. It really kind of tails off after
I mean,
that.
A.T. Perry should probably not be going this high, but he's still there.
Yeah, I'm actually happy the NFL's not overvaluing him. Andre Iosivas, Charlie Jones. Yeah, it really kind of takes a dive after that.
Yeah.
it's not a strong receiver class. I mean, down like I said, Downs and Hyatt were the last two I was kind of looking at. I don't mind. There's some flyer guys that I don't have faith in, but like you never know, sort of
Sure.
thing. But certainly not the draft where I'm spending much of that late round fly, like take a flyer, hope a guy does something capital on a receiver this year.
Right.
No, I'm more interested at this point in these running backs.
Yeah,
We've been
I mean
hearing about them.
this is where the backfields could potentially be upended. That
Yeah.
possibility is certainly still real.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a testament to either one of two things. This class is just not as strong as people thought it was going in, or the league is just really, really down on the position. But we
Sure.
just watched two guys go top 12. So
So what? So what message are we actually getting here from the NFL?
who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows?
Could have been a top. I
I'm
mean,
just,
yeah, could the Phil could have been just it's a top heavy class at running back, and after
yeah.
that we're ready to just punt on it, which could be the
You
norm in general, where you just like you get the
got it.
top two studs early, and then after that
Yep.
it's just like we'll see you 120 picks into the draft.
I got to say, I'm happy. I'm a team that's in my dynasty leagues been competing because I've traded away most of my picks this year in both leagues, and now watching this unfold, I am very happy I did.
Like I don't need to make a pick. I don't need to figure out what late first or how I'm going to use this late first. Yeah,
Even like the set, like first, the second, like it's
sure.
just Jason McCourty.
It's admittedly a pretty cool jacket, though.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oilers gears always plays.
Yeah,
Let's
yeah.
see what they do. Let's see what they do.
And I think that's an Eddie George jersey that he's wearing underneath it. 27, right?
Oh, that sounds right. That sounds right. Yeah. Kansas City's not going to like that.
I didn't hear what he
I
said.
love, he said, Tennessee, home of the best barbecue in the nation.
Ah, yeah, that'll
I love the barbecue wars.
that'll that'll
You
rile
got
some people up.
Kansas City, Tennessee,
Carolina,
Texas, Carrot, all the barb. I love
of
barbecue.
course, Texas. Yeah, I mean,
I might get some barbecue for dinner. As a matter of fact, I'm getting the inkling.
those it's about that time.
We're approaching.
Yeah, right. All right, he's having a whole spiel right now.
He's
So
having a moment here.
he's taking full advantage of the time that he has.
Tajay Spears, running back.
Wow.
Wow.
Okay, I didn't think that this was a. I did not think this was a landing spot for them or for him or for any running back. Um.
Yeah, he was probably my RB4 going into this.
Yeah, for sure. I liked him in as far as one of the upper echelon prospects at the position. I mean, he's going to be waiting for a little bit. That's all.
Yeah, it's just not a it's not a draft them to play him now.
No,
But
but
we all know Henry's old.
sure,
I mean, Tajay Spears honestly is probably going to be back of the first pick.
you think so?
I do. I do. I mean, he's still on day two guy. So, running backs, statistically getting picked in the first three rounds is, before the big cutoff goes into the
Sure,
fourth round. Um, I, I mean, if you were stuck holding a late first and running back something you need, I don't have a problem going with it.
sure.
Assume I like him better than all those receivers that went in the third.
Yeah, I do like Spears. I like Spears a lot. I mean, he killed this pre-draft process. He killed the offseason. rightfully his stock skyrocketed and turned it into a third round pick where he's not too far away from a significant opportunity. So
Yeah.
good for Spears. And the Bucks go back to the
Yaya Diaby.
defense. I'll tell you what, Rashad White is dodging bullets right now.
He really is. Because that was a big consideration, right?
Right.
Is
Fournette walked. It's like, all right, we'll
yeah.
address the backfield. I mean, when is Tampa? I'm very curious. I mean, when is Tampa's next pick?
Not until once let me see here. They don't pick again till round 5.
So they don't have a fourth.
Gotta love that for Rashad
It's
White.
nice for Rashad White. Rashad White
Yeah,
is
you
coming
got
out
it.
of this draft a winner.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. No doubt
Yeah,
about that. I'm gonna get some lighting going in my plate here.
sure. Sure, do your thing. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty good situation for a Rashad. Now we got the Broncos on the clock, and their pick is in. I want to see what Miami does. I feel like they're prime candidates to add to their backfield. I know that I know we already went
Yeah,
over the fact that they brought back both Mostert and Jeff Wilson, but
I didn't realize Denver grabbed Seattle's pick here.
oh, they jumped up. Are they grabbing a running back here because they're leapfrogging both the Dolphins and the Chargers? And Javon,
Definitely a possibility.
we've already talked about how we don't expect Javonte Williams to be able to contribute all that much this year. They signed Samaje Perine, which was, he's certainly interesting, but they just leapfrogged two teams that could conceivably want a running back. Miami because there's not an obvious, guy in their backfield, and the Chargers because they've, the trade rumors around Eckler, however legit they are or not, have been swirling. I mean, this could be Denver's opportunity to grab a dude.
Yeah, absolutely. Um, I just are they? Yeah, because if let me ask you a question.
Sure.
They just traded up. Broncos don't have another pick until well, they got one in round 4, so it's not that it's never. So if how good is this for Samaje P Ryan?
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely good.
I mean, he did some good work with Cincinnati when
Yeah.
Mixon was hurt. So
Yeah, he proved himself for sure. I mean, he's deserving of an expanded opportunity.
definitely, I am. I am now. Let me say this: if you own Samaje P Ryan and he comes out a winner after this draft,
Trade him.
I might just try to trade him. I mean, he's clearly going to lose the job. Like Williams, like maybe hold on to him for when the season starts. Watch him put up some numbers because Williams is not going to be, excuse me, going to be able to play and definitely not at 100%.
Mm-hmm.
So let him put the numbers up. Sean Payton gets that running game going, and then ship him
Sure.
and try to get some second round pick or something out of him. Nick, don't listen to this though, because I might trade him to you.
You can certainly try, but
I think you're
unfortunately,
rebuilding in that league,
I
so I
am
don't think
rebuilding.
that's
I am rebuilding in that league. So P Ryan is not on my radar. I will be right back. I am taking a short break.
okay. So Nick walks away. Denver's pick is showing up on our screen now. I'm sure you guys already know. Let's see where they go with this. Looks like it was Riley Moss, cornerback out of Iowa. Makes sense. So apologies, I'm just entering that information here. Yeah. Uh, cornerback, safety, just defensive back certainly makes sense. Denver's got some talent back there. Obviously, Pat Surtain last year, great. Caden Stearns, Justin Simmons, both good. But at this point, we're just adding depth at a position that's highly valuable in the NFL. So, I don't know much about the player specifically, but looks like he's got good magnification to get to the ball, and yeah, gets big hits. So I like it to establish a physical Denver defense. Let's see now. Miami coming up, followed by the Chargers. So Broncos traded up to that pick. We definitely thought running back was in play. Dolphins now making their second pick of the draft. Hit a really good player with Cam Smith earlier. Dolphins certainly could go running back here if I pull up their
Oh yeah,
roster.
they can.
Obviously, Mostert, Jeff Wilson re-signed, but definitely not enough to justify not taking one. Devon A Chain just is okay, so it
Wow,
makes
there you
sense.
go.
Devon out of Texas A&M, so A Chain actually may be RB. Or I could
RB
see him being
four.
RB. I could see people taking him RB3 with where Charbonnet
I
went
can't take
with
him over
Walker.
Charbonnet, but I can certainly see him going high second round and potentially squeaking into that like 112 conversation.
Yeah, Devon A Chain, great landing spot.
The speed. I mean, he's little. He's 5'8", so that's the only thing. But he's fast as all hell. He was great. He also competed in track and field in college. He had blazing fast times in the 100 and 200 meter dash. So like the straight line speed, not a concern. Something that is a massive, massive plus for Devon A Chain. The question just is like, at what like, see, here's the drawback. Just how long
Go
until
for it.
like how can he will he hold up? That's just will he hold up from a physical perspective? But if you could just run faster than everybody else, maybe that question becomes a moot point.
Yeah, I mean, definitely smaller for the position, especially 5'9", 188. But like Nick said, has the speed, but
Speed.
speed wasn't his only attribute. I mean, he was definitely a player. With that landing spot, I might go over Charbonnet with him. I know you
Wow.
disagree, but
I like A Chain. I don't know if I and right. I understand the thought process here. The Charbonnet landing spot coupled with the A Chain landing spot is it's enough to where it's like, wow, am I really having this conversation after I never thought I would just 24 hours ago? But
I didn't. So this is where maybe it's a little different between me and you. I didn't have him so far behind Charbonnet. I hit it as maybe my RB5 in the
mhm.
same tier with Spears. And Charbonnet was maybe a half tier above them. Like if we're gonna really rank it, it was Bijan 1, Gap, Gibbs 2, and then Gibbs's weight was always a little concern for me as well. Just like putting him that high, talent unquestioned, but you know, I I had Charbonnet for sure at 3, don't get me wrong, but then it wasn't that far above that next group of guys, which for me was a Tajay Spears, Devin A Chain, Bigsby's interesting, but mostly those two. So Miami is just such an attractive landing spot for a running back with
Sure.
what's the head coach's name?
McDaniel.
I can't think of McDaniel. Yeah, not Josh
Mikey.
McDaniel.
Mike
Mike
McDaniel.
McDaniel.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know. I mean, we'll see what people think. As far as for redrafts, I think he's certainly above Charbonnet. I would have to think just with Walker's presence.
Yeah.
Do you have any thoughts on that?
That I could get on board with because Miami's backfield could just be like let's ride the hot hand and whoever's doing well, they'll just get the opportunities in that instance. It'll be
Yeah.
inconsistent. It'll still be, you know, a situation where it's very it's week to week with A Chain, whereas
Yeah.
Charbonnet might have a little bit more of a consistent floor,
Okay.
maybe. Um, but A Chain's going to be the guy I'd much rather have in best ball for the potential spike weeks.
Definitely. Definitely. And
Um,
it feels like that team is just a bunch of, I mean,
it's all
Mostert,
burners.
they
It's
just
all
like
burners.
it's speed.
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
And
obviously
it's on
you got
the
one of the
receivers
fastest
too.
dudes
It's
in
just
Tyreek Hill who can still do it at that high level. Waddle is just is also fast as hell. Mostert is fast as hell.
Mostert fast as hell.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, now you got A Chain fast as hell. I mean, there's a lot of speed in this Miami offense. Um, so that certainly makes A Chain enticing from the perspective of, well, you like Miami's chances for lots of scoring opportunities. Um, and you probably have to say Miami's offense right now. I guess, Seattle's offense is good. I don't want to poo poo them here, but is Miami's better if you had to rank them? Probably.
For the running game, I would definitely. And there's less in front of him. I mean,
Yeah.
Kenneth Walker is in front of Charbonnet.
Yeah.
Like, let's not dismiss that. And
Yeah.
it's not like he's in front of him, Nick. He was a second round pick
Right.
last year. He's not
Right.
going anywhere.
Right. He's not a 29-year-old running back on the way out. Um, what a
Now
weird scenario.
I think what this has done for me, I'll say this. It's grouped the three of them in the same tier. Charbonnet, Tajay Spears, and A Chain, because the landing spots for A Chain and Spears are great. I mean, Spears you'll have to wait, obviously,
Yeah.
behind Henry, but that'll come. Waiting behind Walker is just brutal.
Right. You don't want that's not a situation you're waiting on. That's a
No.
situation where it's just kind of like, is
And
he going to die from a ceiling perspective? Like,
and it's not even maybe waiting behind. Like, if you're a Walker owner, you're pissed too, because
sure.
Charbonnet's talent is great. I
Right.
mean,
It's not like they took a fourth round guy where it's like, oh, well, I didn't
yeah,
expect that, but at least Walker's talent discrepancy is going to win out clearly. It
yeah,
will again here, but not like, it's not the same.
absolutely. And it's not like they took what's the K State guy's name?
Keyshawn
Or
or Deuce
Key,
Vaughn. I almost said Keyshawn
yeah,
Vaughn.
exactly. Who would complement Walker well? It's not they like Charbonnet is a big back. He can catch the ball, but he can handle a workload. So
Right. Right.
it's harmful to both. If you own Walker in Dynasty, like John has Walker. He traded AG for him. John can't be happy about that landing spot for Charbonnet at
I
all.
would be annoyed. I would
And
be annoyed if I had
and
Walker.
John's got and guess what? John has late first round picks. So I bet Walker was in his radar too, as far as guys he could get.
Sure.
That's awful.
Or you mean
Awful for John.
Charbonnet? Yeah.
Great for me.
Yeah.
As a known John villain.
Yeah. Yeah.
I love you, John.
Yeah. 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 Ravens
Simpson out of Clemson
for the
for the
Ravens.
Ravens. At this point, I think Nick and I are just going to keep talking about the implications for fantasy of the picks
Sure.
we've already had. If you guys have questions in the chat, now's the time to shoot them off. No question, because when these late third defensive players are going, I'm not going to lie to you. I don't know these guys. Like
right. Yeah,
we're
we got about like 15 picks left or so in this draft. You got to imagine within the next half hour or so, this is going to be wrapping up here. So one more time, appreciate anybody who came in and hung out tonight. Thank you guys for spending some of your Friday evening with us during the draft. We'll continue to talk shop on fantasy. Continue to drive this stuff home as far as the fallout, because there is more fantasy implication, good and bad tonight. So that will be the focus. Happy to take questions. Otherwise, we'll kind of continue to say our piece and as we kind of start the process of wrapping this up.
definitely. Yeah, thank you guys for sticking it out. We were talking about if we were gonna even finish this day of draft, but I think I mean if you're up for it, Nick, we don't have many picks left. I'm
Right.
down to just say we made it through all of day two.
Well, yeah, essentially, yeah. We're
Jair
basically done.
Jair Brown out of Penn State,
Okay.
good safety
This is safety.
again.
I think it's
Sorry I interrupted you there. Not worth it for that.
yeah, no, that's okay. That's fine. Yeah, I mean, he's I think he was one of the guys. He was one of the top guys as far as from a talent perspective still on the board, so to get him here, he must have felt like, yeah, this is good enough value. We'll take this.
Yep,
Um yeah, and we can probably what we can do is we could craft up some videos this week, Walker versus
definitely.
Charbonnet versus the other backs in this class. Um, the fallout from all of this, because if you haven't had your rookie draft yet, it's very well could be on the horizon somewhat soon, and you need to make a decision on the development of this draft sooner than maybe you want to. So
Yeah.
we'll do our due diligence here. We'll do what we can to provide some information in the form of a video that you can reference after the kind of dust has settled here. Ideally helpful with enough time before rookie drafts that do wait for the NFL draft to actually take place. And with that,
Yep. And
Jacksonville's making the 88th pick here right now.
I was going to say too, I think some of the content we'd like to get out, talking to Nick about possibly doing some rookie mock drafts following the draft, and just kind of letting you guys know, in a little isolated situation where we're at with these picks. And Nick and I will obviously do our work and analysis of this, but we may fall differently, and then we can go pick by pick and give you some sort of idea of, hey, we're actually, play it out. Where do we like this guy or this guy, when push comes to shove in a rookie draft?
We could do that this week. We could
I'm
set up a
I'm down.
mock rookie draft. We can set that up. I've typically been live streaming on Thursdays.
Whoa, Tank Bigsby to
Tank
Jacksonville.
Bigsby to Jacksonville. There you go. I mean, it felt like that needed to be a spot where they needed to bring somebody into their backfield. Obviously, this isn't a situation where you're worried about Travis Etienne, I don't think. But nice landing spot for
Not worried.
Tank Bigsby just because there was an opportunity here.
Yeah, not worried as a ETN owner myself, but still was crossing my fingers that it wasn't going to
They
happen.
would skip over him. I mean, you're not worried about Etienne.
No, I'm not worried. I'm just saying, like, it's one of those.
Kind of
He
like,
comes out a huge winner of the draft if they don't take,
sure.
Tank Bigsby, who I'm sort of putting as that last member of not the same tier as A Chain and Spears for me, but like he's flirting with, relevance.
Oh, sure.
Not more than relevance, but like definitely a role.
I mean, attached
So
to a really good offense, right? Should
yeah,
have I mean,
yeah.
somebody was gonna. If it wasn't Tank Bigsby, it was gonna be D'Ernest Johnson, or maybe a guy that they take a little bit later. I mean, you're
I
not
actually
expecting
forgot
Etienne
D'Ernest Johnson.
to handle 350
No, 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 no.
touches.
Yeah,
So
for sure.
from that
But you got
perspective, somebody
Hasty.
had to get added. Third round capital, closer to the end of the third round than the beginning. You're not worried about Travis Etienne, but on the flip side, the glass half full for Bigsby. I mean, his competition for work is D'Ernest Johnson and JaMychal Hasty, who I am the cult president leader of the JaMychal Hasty fan club. But
I was gonna say, how do you feel about this as a
let's call
hasty
a spade. I
fanboy?
mean, this is good draft capital for Tank Bigsby. You simply have to have him leapfrog the guys that I just mentioned, not named ETN.
Is Hasty a little less tasty for you, Nick?
He might be a smidge less tasty. Sorry, Hasty.
Well, Tank Bigsby, solid running back out of Auburn.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I like the talent. We're seeing end of the third here. Some of these running backs we were talking about, will we see them go? We're seeing them go. Still no one for. I guess we're not going to see them take anybody. I was going to say that Cincinnati. So
No.
Probably big win for Joe Mixon. I mean, P Ryan's gone.
Mm-hmm.
Mixon. They were talking about doing something there, but you can't imagine they're going in with Trayvon Williams and Chris Evans. So I would think Joe Mixon is probably sticking around in
Sure.
Cincinnati unless some sort of maybe that's a destination for DeAndre Swift. I don't know, but he's not a work. He can't handle a full workload anyway. So
Right.
maybe stick with Mixon, I guess.
Right. Yeah, I mean, Mixon's been good. He's been productive. He didn't have his best year last year, but you have to
He
imagine
can
you.
handle he can handle 20 touches a game.
Oh yeah, I mean, and he's a vet at this point. He's an accomplished vet on a team that has Super Bowl aspirations. I mean, you want if you want to run it back with Mixon one more year, I would think
Yeah.
if you're Cincinnati.
Do you think we see any other of these running backs go? Cowboys have a pick.
Cowboys.
Oh,
So the
Bengals do have a pick. I'm sorry. Bengals have a pick at 92. I'm wrong about that.
Cowboys have a
Cardinals
pick. Bengals have a pick. The
Cardinals have a pick.
Chiefs,
Chiefs have a pick.
Cardinals have two picks.
Two picks. Yep.
San
Chiefs have a
Francisco has
pick.
two picks. They have McCaffrey though, so forget that.
They did a big trade for
Yeah,
McCaffrey last year. I'm not
yeah. Cleveland. Did Cleveland grab somebody? No, they grabbed Cedric Tillman. I mean, Cleveland needs a backup to Nick Chubb.
for sure.
They could take one. Yeah, there's absolutely hell. The Rams are on the clock right now. We've been talking about how they could use somebody to complement Cam Akers. I mean, the Rams could take one here. The Cowboys, probably not the Bills because they signed Damian Harris. Um, but Chiefs,
Nick, I'll be right back.
sure. Just to keep this conversation going about where how many more running backs could get taken tonight, I would say there's a non-zero chance we got another two or three that could go just based on who still has picks left. So we got the Rams now, the Cowboys coming up, the Chiefs have a pick, the Cardinals have two picks, and the Bengals have a pick. Hell, if the Vikings decide to move on from Dalvin Cook, they could draft a running back. There's absolutely options here, or there's landing spots, there's opportunities here for the running backs. But it's not going to be Los Angeles. The Rams go Kobe Turner, the defensive tackle from Wake Forest, just shoring up that defensive line. So they pass on the running back. So Cam Akers is coming out of this draft looking good as well.
Yeah, he is. I don't necessarily think they were going to target one, but they obviously could have. It's just
Sure.
not a the team has more needs than running back, especially on offense. I mean,
Sure.
wide receiver was more what I would have thought they would have gone with at some point.
Sure.
But did they actually? Hold on, am I being stupid?
I don't think
No,
they
they didn't.
did.
They got the Steven. I mean, Steve Avila. Yeah, the Rams do have a lot of picks though, Nick. Like I was saying, it's just not early ones. They still have a
They have
fourth,
late ones.
three, four fifths, two six, two sevens. They have a lot of picks. So we'll see if they can navigate the late rounds.
Sure. They did pick up a pick in the Allen Robinson trade.
Are you a big Drew Pearson fan, Nick? Drew Pearson out of Dallas.
Uh, that guy likes to talk. He likes to talk.
The Marvion Overshawn. He was a name that was popping up on those top 30 lists a lot. I remember that now.
All right. I mean, they must feel confident. I'll just, we'll continue to keep this a fantasy relevant conversation as we wind this thing
Yeah,
down. But I mean, I guess they feel good about the progress in his recovery of Tony Pollard.
I think they do. Yeah, they have another pick. Not they have a fourth round. They have their picks, 4 or 5, one in each round still to go. So, yeah, you know, day 3 to 4 is kind of that major cutoff for the position. So Pollard, another winner of the draft today. A lot of the winners of the draft today are some of these veteran running
Oh
backs
yeah.
that aren't getting any sort of competition coming in at any relevant draft capital.
Akers is a winner. Rashad White is a winner. Um, I mean, yeah, the Broncos don't have a pick, so I mean, Samaje Perine is a winner. I mean, the Ravens haven't done anything in that department, so J.K. Dobbins is a winner. Um,
Dobbins, huge Dobbins guy. You guys will learn all about that.
well, I have tons of shares of him in best ball.
Yeah,
Um,
but you're just hopping on now. I've been a Dobbins guy since day
I
one.
am just this is a year where like I'm this year I'm hopping on the bandwagon because I really like him at cost.
How can you not? He's going in what, the 6th round?
Right, but he's healthy now. Who's this?
Is this
Is this?
Josh? Is this Josh Richards? Oh my gosh, his hands quivering. YouTuber Josh Richards.
He looks like Justin Bieber.
He does the BFF podcast with Dave Portnoy
Oh, all right.
and Brianna Chicken Fry.
Okay.
I did not know he was doing a. He's a Canada boy. I didn't know he'd be doing a draft pick.
I guess whatever. You take the opportunity and you run with it.
All right, let's see if Joe Mixon can hold on to that backfield here.
Let's see.
I think that's what we're looking for, right?
Yeah. Does this? Yeah, Joe. And then I guess just as as far as the potential backup for Tony Pollard, I mean Malik Davis could feel good about him as far as his opportunity, right? I mean, it's not just the starters. We got to remember the running back is. We all know this when we play fantasy. Running back is as fluid a position as it gets as far as just straight up availability. I mean, Malik Davis could be a really strong best ball pick if the Cowboys don't get,
Yeah.
you know.
Now I know this guy sucks, but is Ronald Jones just gonna committee
Uh,
with Malik Davis if Pollard gets hurt?
sure, possible, but you did just admit that he stinks. So,
Yeah, but he stinks. Does he stink enough where if the
just
starter
he
goes down,
stinks
he's not
relative
getting
to
touches?
fantasy production. He doesn't stink to the point where he's not useful for an NFL team.
I don't think he stinks enough where Malik Davis is getting a bell cow
No, 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 no.
if
I
Pollard's injury is an issue.
but change of pace
We could
backs
we
are
could see if Dallas is doing well and they trade for someone, or I don't know, like,
mhm.
tough to speculate. But yeah, no, I agree. Like, the backfield depth is certainly a winner as far as some of these teams not taking running backs. 92 Chiefs just got the Bengals pick,
Oh,
so
they
this is a
traded
trade
up.
up.
Does Kansas City grab like an Izzy Abanikanda?
I don't know. I mean, they maybe to jump the Cardinals. The Steelers, I don't think, are taking a
Steelers
running
don't need a
back.
running
So,
back. They'd be nuts to take one. You spent a first rounder on Najee 2 years ago.
well, were the Seahawks nuts to take one in the second?
Yes.
Anything could happen, Nick. Anything could happen. This is wacky draft.
We want to see.
So we got,
We want to see if Isaiah Pacheco comes out of this draft a winner.
yeah, yep. So Chiefs pick so far: Felix, Anodike, Uzama, and Rashee Rice.
Yep.
I love the Rashee Rice pick for them. He's got that size, 6'1", 204. Let's see if this is a fantasy relevant pick. Could be offensive line.
Sure.
Could be another.
They could just
I
go
doubt.
back to defense.
Could be just defense, yeah. Could be running back, which Pacheco obviously takes a hit if that happens.
Yep. Let's see what happens here.
But they got a 4th rounder too, so we'll see. It's the more and more that goes by and they don't draft a running back, the better. I don't know if you're trading up for any of the running backs that are left at this point. It's really, is Dwayne McBride, Sean. Do you like Sean Tucker enough?
I
Rashawn Johnson, running mate with Bijan.
I like him.
Your boy Izzy, is Izzy possibly here?
Is he a Banny? Is he a Banacanda?
I think he is a Banacanda.
He's a Banacanda.
Is he though?
Is he though? If you draft him in fantasy, that has to be your team name. Is he though?
Is he though?
Is he though? Question mark.
Oh boy, oh boy.
All right, Roger. Let's keep this moving. Let's keep this rolling. The people have their Friday nights to get back to.
Are these the survivors of Andy Reid's son's crimes?
Oh God, don't do that.
I'm just asking.
Teams for taps. This is military related, so
Oh, good. Okay.
we're gonna keep
Love
this
the
respectful. Will
love the mil. I do. I love the
we're gonna
military.
keep that one.
Thank you for your service,
We're gonna keep that one respectful.
Nick. I was just asking a question.
Yeah, well, you out of pocket for that one. I don't know what teams for taps is though, admittedly, or tap team. Yeah, teams for taps. I think that's what it said. I think that's what the shirts said.
Wanya Morris, offensive line.
All right.
Pacheco survives another round.
Not only does he survive, he gets a boost.
Yes, he does.
All right. I'm putting him on the block.
I love that. Guy goes up in value from a
Price
block
just
him.
went up. Price just went up because they didn't take a guy in the third round at the back half of it.
They needed another tackle. I mean, their interior line is good, but the rest of that offensive line, Jawan Taylor, Lucas Niang, not so impressive. Interior, Creed Humphrey's really good. Then you got guards, Joe Thuney, Trey Smith. They'll get the job done. So tackle definitely makes sense there.
There you go.
Who do we got now? Steelers, then Cardinals, and then Bengals should be following them since they
Steelers,
swapped with.
Cardinals, Bengals, then Cardinals again, Washington, Cleveland, San Francisco, Vegas, San Francisco again, and then the Vikings end the night.
Oh, Vikings got that last. Okay, so they got that last San Francisco pick.
Right.
I missed
So
that.
we're 11 picks from the end of day 2. We are not going to be streaming for day 3, but obviously happy to take questions between now and the end of the weekend. We'll of course be we can start pumping out some videos as it is, as far as reactionary to the landing spots and what it means, not just for the rookies, but the incumbents who are already there. You could absolutely be on the lookout for that. We'll get those fired up and into the pipeline for you as soon as this week, because I am sure that there are some dynasty rookie drafts that are on the horizon for a lot of people.
I would imagine. And now that we got our audio situation, I think Nick and I are just going to be more available for some content.
Yep, the audio is good to go. I the screen share is all fired up for doing these mock drafts. I could even do some underdog best balls in here as well, so you guys can see some I don't want to call it strictly redraft, but it's a redraft feel in best ball, of course. So we can fire those up as well. But those will take a backseat for now. The dynasty rookie mock drafts will be good to do this week and next week. We can do that for anybody who maybe waits a little bit longer to fire off their rookie drafts. Happy to get those going.
Definitely. Looking forward to some of this. I mean, I love the draft, but then once the draft happens is when all the conversations, the speculation,
Sure.
We got a little more information, and that's what we want. And then we talk ourselves into this pick, that pick. So we're going to try to help you guys navigate to the best of our ability that we can. And for all of us, it's a process. So
yeah,
we'll have fun doing it. That's the most important thing.
That's the plan.
So we're looking at the Steelers pick here. Just a quick overview. They took Broderick Jones in the first round, offensive tackle out of Georgia. Great pick. Joey Porter, fantastic value at the second round, pick 32. Keanu Benton, D lineman out of Wisconsin, later in round 2. And then we're sitting here pick 93. I think they could probably get a linebacker, possibly a defensive line. If you're the Steelers at this point, I know they got Keanu Benton, but just shore up more of that defense. I don't think they go receiver. I don't see any of the players that are now that Downs and Hyatt are gone. There's not really anyone that I'm excited about, especially at the round 3 pick.
Sure.
Uh, I don't know. I think secondary is always on the table. Offensive line always, even with Broderick Jones, just another offensive lineman. I think could be a good play. As a Falcons fan, a few years ago, Chris Lindstrom at the 14th pick, and then we traded back into the first to pick 31 until Caleb McGarry. So led the draft off for us with 2 offensive linemen in the first round. Both of them turned out to be studs, and Bijan's going to be running all day behind that line now. So I always get an offensive lineman is a safe bet.
Never a bad idea to bolster the lines. I said it last night. I'll say it right now. I'll say it on any live stream where it comes where it's appropriate to bring up. Nothing matters if your offensive line sucks.
Absolutely, absolutely. Unless you're Joe Burrow 2021.
Well, yeah.
Darnell
There are
Washington.
outliers to every rule.
Darnell Washington finally goes. He's a Pittsburgh Steeler. Surprise. I'm surprised he went there.
Interesting landing spot.
I think he's a real help for Najee Harris. I think he's going to help with the run blocking mostly. I mean, he's, played second fiddle to Brock Bowers in Georgia, had some good plays, but, just a big mammoth of a man. Doesn't go down. Just look at this play against Oregon. I mean, he's huge.
And he's an athlete for sure, yeah.
Yeah.
Only 28 catches, like you said. Brock Bowers is that team's TE1 and will likely, I would think, be a 2024 first-round pick in Dynasty rookie drafts.
No question.
If not a potential first-round pick in the 2024 draft.
I think he will be.
Yeah. That being said, he's just an athlete. I mean, really diverse skill set. This probably is fine for Pat Freiermuth as far as you don't have to feel too worried about him.
Not worried.
He's definitely more of a prolific pass catcher. But yeah,
yep.
I mean, there were 2 things the Steelers needed to address. The offensive line was bad last year, and so was the defense. Washington helps from a blocking perspective, helps the offensive line. I mean, 6'6", 260. Yeah, I mean you're a 6th offensive lineman at that point.
Huge.
With the ability to kind of, sort of what's that word I'm looking for? Kind of float out there and end up, get lost by the defense here and there because they're not expecting him.
Slide?
Yeah, I'm trying to I don't know what I'm trying to say right now, but yeah, he's good for maybe 20 catches a year or something like that.
Yeah. No, he's going to help with the run blocking. He's an athlete. Actually, if Anthony Richardson didn't do what he did in the combine, his numbers would have been the talk of the combine for sure.
Sure.
Just his size doing what he did was incredible. Cardinals go wide receiver Michael Wilson here out of Stanford. I think he's probably, let me check my notes real quick. Michael Wilson, Mr. Wilson, Mr. Wilson. You know what? I didn't even get to him yet. So
there you go.
I actually don't have much on him, unfortunately. Sorry, guys.
Wilson.
Rojo Fish is pumped about it though. Michael Wilson, exclamation point.
It's one of his
You
guys.
tell us, Rojo. What do you think about him?
One of his guys.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I was saying as a Rondale Moore owner in Dynasty, I was hoping they just dodge the receivers, but we'll see.
Sure. Quick scoreboard update. There will be a game 7 between the Sacramento Kings and the Golden State Warriors.
Wow.
The Warriors won by 19 points.
19 points handedly.
Yeah, they handled them tonight. That wasn't even a game.
Big time. Wow.
That wasn't even a game.
Wow, you're not wrong. That's incredible.
Now we'll see if the Lakers can avoid the fate that the Warriors had tonight and close out their first round series. Um,
Light the beam, Nick. Light the
light
beam.
the beam, light the damn beam, Sacramento. Uh,
So I'll go ahead.
Over in the hockey world, the Hurricanes closed out the Islanders to advance in the second round. The Panthers, the biggest story right now, upset the Bruins and have forced a game 7. The Bruins set records in the regular season for wins and points scored. Um, I don't think anybody expected that series to go 7, but here we are.
So Rojo has been asking some questions and stuff. Just gonna go down his list here.
Sure.
A chain to Dolphins is fun. I agree. We talked about all the
Yeah.
speed they have on that team. It's just more speed, more speed, more speed. Tajay Spears and Tank though. Ugh. Now Tank, I'm not like I mean Spears I'm not concerned because Henry, won't be there forever.
No.
Uh he's not going to do much this year probably, but don't be scared of him in your dynasty leagues for sure. Bigsby, they were always going to get another guy. I mean, as much as Nick sucks JaMychal Hasty's cock, nothing against gay. But he's not the backup that they need, and we know that ETN isn't going to be able to handle that full workload on his own. So Tank Bigsby comes in, he's a solid player. Don't be shied away from ETN. He was a first round pick. He had 1 year with Trevor Lawrence and well, obviously all the Clemson, but just NFL wise, he's gonna just keep like getting to play and go back. He's gonna keep going to his guy ETN. So don't be afraid about ETN. I don't think it hurts his value much at all. Um, yeah, hit on the Saints' first 2 picks way off on round 3. Yeah, the round 3 pick was shocking. We thought there were some better edge rushers there for them. Um, and then Steelers trying to help Kenny P with offense tackle, not big tight end. I think he's going to help more with Najee Harris, just knowing his play style. I don't think it really hurts Pat Fryermuth at all.
No, I
But
don't think so.
yeah, Dorian Williams to Buffalo, not fancy relevant. Good pick for them. Wilson, shock pick. Good player, won't be relevant this season at all. Okay. I still have to catch up on my notes with him and see. Jordan Battle, safety Alabama to Bengals. So I think
Mixon
Mixon is
survives.
still that guy. Yeah.
Mixon survives. Um,
Mixon lives.
yeah, I mean, as far as Tank Bigsby, he's still very, very viable because that's a good offense that is going to have scoring opportunities, in bunches, moving forward. So I mean, he's going to remain a complimentary back for the
For sure.
foreseeable future, but that's okay. I mean, how many NFL teams run committees in their backfield? Most of them. So I'm not deterred by Tank Bigsby's landing spot. And yeah, I'm fine with Tajay Spears as long as you're willing to wait a year. That might be all you need to wait is a year.
Yeah.
What's Derrick Henry? What's the rest of that contract? Might be 2 years left.
I'll tell you
Still,
right now.
regardless, I mean, he's going to be 30 next year. We all know what that means for NFL running backs, even superheroes like Derrick Henry.
So he signed a 4 year, $50 million contract. He's not a free agent actually till. Oh no, wait. I'm confused. It says is it 26? Is that
2020,
right?
2026? No way.
I think so.
All right, Spot Track, you tell me what I need to know about Derrick Henry and that contract.
Well, it's weird. I'm looking at it now. It goes 23, 24, 25, then back to 24. I think that's a misprint though.
Okay.
Oh no, wait. Wait, is it? He restructured.
His salary, the dead cap hit of 10.1 mil this year. Uh, it's struggling to show me the details on my phone here. All right, so 2023, 2024, 2025. Yeah, he is signed through his age 31 season. Man, the Titans are brain dead for that contract.
He keeps proving us wrong, though.
I know, I understand. He's not human. It's just the wheels are going to I don't know when it's going to be. It might be the year 2037, but the wheels are going to fall off eventually for Derrick Henry.
You think so, don't you?
Yeah, I do. It's not personal for Derrick Henry. The dude's got a Hall of Fame resume, but I mean, even yeoman dudes like Derrick Henry will eventually start to the wear and tear will catch up. I mean, he's close to that 1800 carry threshold. You guys have maybe heard me talk about before, where that's usually been the indicator of when a running back kind of falls off that proverbial cliff. Um, he's right there. I think he's maybe 50 carries away. So, yeah, I'll plant. Despite that contract, I'll plant that flag. I'm not super scared off of Spears. This year, yeah, you're not. He's going to be firmly on your bench in Dynasty, and in redraft, he's at best a end of the draft pick. But moving forward, there's value there.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I don't disagree. And that's just because he's not an undrafted free agent until 2026 doesn't mean they don't move on from him before then, or that Spears supersedes him if the wheels do fall off. So I'm not worried about Spears. I like the talent. Bigsby, I would definitely put behind him and A Chain and Charbonnet just because, ETN will still be the one there, but it's certainly, a viable position to get some work as, the second guy on that backfield.
I'm not afraid of him.
No, not at all. If you are the ETN owner, like, not a bad potential grab to get either as the hand, especially Dynasty as a handcuff. I feel like Dynasty, I like handcuffs in Dynasty way more
Sure.
than redraft,
Oh,
just
one
because
hundred percent.
you can't go on the waiver wire and find guys in dynasties. So if your guy goes down, you want to have, the guy that's coming up behind him getting that work.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, target him. If you have ETN, target him. If you don't have ETN, target him and try to, sell it to the ETN owner why he or she should have both players. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, now I'll say this. I will say this. They're not ideal landing spots. Like, they're not bad, but they're not the ones that we're looking at as far as like Denver, where, it was just P Ryan this year pretty much because Williams is hurt, or a for instance, what was I trying to say earlier? We were talking about it. Not Cleveland. Oh my gosh, Cincinnati. If Joe Mixon gets traded,
Yeah.
Nick mentioned earlier Minnesota. I know Dalvin Cook was talking about being traded or dropped. Like, there's other paths you can see where it's like, yes, this, will happen. But as far as for this year, I think most importantly, like, the guys with the obvious paths to work, it's more limited than we probably thought it was going to be. And really, it's obviously Bijan, no question. And then from there, it's Gibbs, and then A Chain to me as far as immediate like redrafts like this year value. You just have a few more hurdles to get through with those other guys. Eagles
Sure.
were another team that could possibly have drafted a running back and didn't. And so, they don't have a pick for a while, wasn't that right? We
Not till the 6th.
So I mean, unless they trade and get Swift, like, and they don't have, I don't think they're trading Swift for a sixth or set unless they trade something gets Swift. I don't
Which they
know.
could.
They could, but it's not from. I don't think Lions are trading Swift for a 6th round pick.
They could make an offer, but yeah, that's not going to get it done.
I would just hold on to him at that point, or there's
Sure.
someone else that wants him, I'm sure, for more than that.
Real quick, just to recap a couple of these picks that have just been made. Washington takes center Ricky Stromberg from Arkansas, so bolstering the offensive line. Sam Howell probably likes that. Brian Robinson probably likes that. And the best running back in the backfield, Antonio Gibson, probably likes that.
Yes,
I'll die on that hill for as long as I need to.
I'm with you.
And then Siaki Ika from Baylor, the defensive tackle, goes to Cleveland here, so shoring up the defensive line for the Browns. San Francisco is now making two of the next three picks, including this one, and their pick is in, according to ESPN. And then that will do it for this draft with only 4 picks left. So we will be wrapping this up here. We'll wind this down here shortly.
Yeah, we're closing out rounds two and
any
three.
closing thoughts? But I feel like we've said our piece at this point from a fantasy perspective. Obviously, if anything comes in here late, whether it's another running back or otherwise, we'll be sure to touch on it. But you could. Oh wow, the 49ers took a kicker.
Jake Moody.
Wow, in the 3rd round. Was Robbie Gould that awful for them? I don't think he was that. Or did he retire?
Those Niner fans are actors, right? Who's celebrating that
There's
kicker
lots
pick?
of paid actors there right now. There's no doubt.
NFL can pay actors, but they can't figure out how to stop tipping picks.
No. Um. Okay. So the 49. All right. I mean, this is redraft relevant, but obviously you're not probably taking Jake Moody even in redraft. Well, it's a good offense.
Probably not, but the offense is really
The
good.
offense is
So
good. It's not nothing. Interesting pick by the 49ers to grab a kicker in the 3rd round, but
hey,
they're doing
this
them.
draft this draft's been interesting.
Yeah,
This
it's been a
draft
little
has been
funky,
interesting.
a little weird.
So Nick, I'm going to quickly run through the fantasy relevant picks so far in the entire draft
Let's
just
do that
to
one more time.
recap. So 1st round picks, we had Bryce Young to the Panthers at pick 1, CJ Stroud to the Texans at 2, and Anthony Richardson to the Colts at 4 to round out those early quarterbacks. Bijan Robinson, fairly early, a top 10 pick at 8 to the Falcons, and Jahmyr Gibbs, a surprise pick of the 1st round to the Lions at 12.
Mm-hmm.
Then we had the receiver run at JSN to Seattle at 20. 21 was Quentin Johnson to the Chargers. 22, Zay Flowers to the Ravens. Jordan Addison to the Vikings at 23. And then a couple picks later, Dalton Kincaid, the pass catching specialist tight end, to the Bills. It was quite an interesting 1st round with the Gibbs pick. Other than that, pretty much what we expected as far as value and guys where they went. I guess the only other thing was Levis fell out of the 1st round,
Mm-hmm.
but he didn't last too much longer. 2nd pick of the 2nd round at 33 went to Tennessee, where you assume he will soon be taking over Ryan Tannehill's job. Sam Laporta, nice player to the Lions to replace Hawkinson right after that. Michael Mayer to the Raiders. So we see the tight end run just to begin in the 2nd round really kind of came to life. Then we saw the 5th receiver, I'm sorry, come off the board, which is a surprise. Jonathan Mingo started to really set the tone for that larger bodied receiver over those smaller pass catchers like, Hyatt's not small height wise, but smaller body. Josh Downs is a smaller body. Then we had another tight end, Luke Musgrave to the Packers, Jaden Reed to the Packers again. So you see them getting some pass catchers there for Jordan Love.
Yep.
Then the surprise pick, I'd say, of the 2nd round, Zach Charbonnet at 52 to the Seattle Seahawks. Kenneth Walker, another 2nd-round pick last year. Don't know what that backfield's going to look like now. Offense has a lot of weapons. What's the identity of the offense? Are they trying to run the ball, 30 times a game, 40 times a game? Are they trying to let Geno do his thing, protect him with the running game? that's going to be a really tough offense to dissect this offseason, but
Mm.
we'll do our best.
Yep.
Rasheed Rice, probably the receiver that is going to be the drafted too early type guy just because he's with Mahomes now.
Sure.
Interesting to see how they use him. And then Brenton Strange, a bit of a reach, I'd say, for Jacksonville. Not worried about that with Evan Engram too much. Engram showed real nice flashes last year as part of that offense. So maybe just more of a, guy to bring in just for some depth. Marvin Mims, a really nice player out of Oklahoma, goes to Denver. What's that mean for Cortland Sutton? We're going to have to keep an eye on that. Like
Yep.
it for Russell Wilson a lot. Nick, a big fan of Marvin Mims. I like the player as well. Then into the third round we go, where the fall of Hendon Hooker finally ends to the Lions. Assuming that Goff can keep it up. Hooker's probably waiting for a little bit, but that's okay. He, can do that and not too much draft capital. A guy that was projected back of the first, top second, falls to the third round. Good pick for the Lions. Nathaniel Dell to the Houston. Another pass catcher to add there. Their team with, a few question marks at the receiving core. Didn't get one of the top receivers. We'll see what that means. Nico Collins still there. They brought in Robert Woods. They brought in Dalton Schultz from Dallas. So we'll see how that looks for the new young quarterback CJ Stroud. Kendre Miller to the Saints. Kamara coming back. We don't know, assuming he's suspended, but interesting that he was the first running back taken off the board in the third round. Really kind of broke the streak for the running backless draft we were
Yep.
starting to see shape up. And then Jalen Hyatt's fall finally ends to the Giants. Probably going to come in and be their starting receiver on the outside somewhere. I know the Wandale in the slot. They got Waller. So we'll see if Hyatt can, be the guy that some people think he can be, or is he going to just be that Tennessee, Fugazi offense sort of player people are worried about. Then Cedric Tillman, his teammate, right after him to the Browns. What's that mean for Donovan Peoples-Jones? You have to assume that Elijah Moore is a slot receiver. Amari Cooper sticks on the outside. Do they just bring in more depth? We'll see how that plays out. Good for Deshaun Watson either way.
Yep.
Josh Downs to the Colts. Interesting. We were talking about the unique offense that they're going to have now with Anthony Richardson. Definitely a guy that can get open short with his, movement, separation skills. So probably a solid pick. What does that mean though? Because they did get Isaiah McKenzie from Buffalo recently. So gotta assume that the guy's going to be getting some playing time. But Alex Pierce, was a nice player last year. Just another weapon for Anthony Richardson to really help grow and develop. And
Yep.
then we see the running backs start to fall, which was, a nice breath of fresh air for us fantasy players.
Oh yeah.
Tajay Spears to the Titans, the backup Derrick Henry, at least for a year or two, see how long he lasts. But I do like the landing spot, and the opportunity won't be too far away. Don't get scared of Tajay Spears and being behind Henry. Devon A-Chain to Dolphins. I think great landing spot for a running back. They work well with speed in Mike McDaniel's offense. I love A-Chain's landing spot there. That'll be a fun offense to watch next year.
Mm-hmm.
Tank Bigsby to Jacksonville is going to back up ETN. They were going to get somebody. They didn't have, much more than Dearness Johnson and JaMychal Hasty, who neither of them have really shown enough to warrant being the number two. So Bigsby is going to get an opportunity to get in there and see what he can do. Just to, the backfield that ETN is not going to be able to, hold down all on his own. Darnell Washington Steelers, interesting pick. Don't be afraid if you're a Freiermuth owner. It's not a pass catching superstar. He's going to be run blocking a lot. I'd say a huge get for Najee Harris.
Yep.
And a nice safety blanket for short yardage to Kenny Pickett to work with. And then
he'll flare out occasionally. That's the word I was
flare out. There you go.
Flare out here and there. That's what I was trying to say earlier.
We figured it out.
Yep.
We got there. And then we got Michael Wilson to the Cardinals. Interesting pick. They got a few receivers kind of in that same sort of, I don't want to say like type archetype, but guys that are question marks, especially if Hopkins goes anywhere. We haven't seen anything yet, so I doubt at this point he's going for draft capital. This seems too low.
Hmm.
So, wondering what that looks like, especially with they haven't taken a running back. So James Conner, good day for him. Obviously, we're going to see Kyler missing the first part of the season. So look for the Arizona Cardinals to be figuring it out. They're going to be another hard offense to really figure out what's to look for there. Outside of if Hopkins stays, obviously him and James Conner would get a bell cow workload that he can certainly handle. And then we recently saw Trey Tucker out of Cincinnati to the Raiders. I don't really know how to evaluate that too much. I mean, you obviously lost Waller to the Giants. You brought in though Jacoby Myers, so he's the number 3 at least behind him and Devontae Adams. They did draft Michael Mayer, so replace Waller. So Trey Tucker, you know, probably that number 3. I would assume. I don't really know what his role is going to be too much on that team, but they don't have much. I mean, they have Hunter Renfrow, excuse me, as well. I shouldn't have forgotten him, obviously. So yeah, I don't know what I think too much of Trey Tucker. Smaller guy, 5'9", 182. So probably not someone I'm looking at, but so far that's been it. Unless I've missed someone, but I think I hit everybody that was
Yeah,
a fantasy relevant
Cameron
player.
Latu to the tight end from Alabama goes to San
Oh,
Francisco.
yep,
I mean,
yep.
George Kittle's the guy
Kittle's the
there.
guy though,
So
so
yeah,
not worried about that.
not a lot there. And the Vikings end day 2 with a defensive back. So
Akai Blackman, yeah,
I think you cover or I think you summarized it nicely there. I can maybe put a timestamp in this video as far as like quick recap toward the end for anybody who might be
for sure.
tuning in later or who might catch us a little bit later.
Yeah,
Yeah, Pat McAfee's gonna have something to say about a kicker going in the 3rd round. He's probably over the moon about that. You love McAfee's all about the brand, right? So gotta stump for your guys. I think
absolutely.
that about covers it. If there are any other, if there's any last minute questions, last second questions, get them in now. Get them in, pretty much, yeah, pretty shortly here. Otherwise, we can take them in the Discord if they come up later. We'll be sure to cover in a little bit greater detail in the form of videos some of these landing spots moving forward, starting this week. The significant draft capital is pretty much in the books at this point, with day 2 being over. It's not necessarily a death sentence for running backs that could get selected in round 4, round 5, but at this point you are going to start to see a bit of a drop off as far as draft capital value and what that could mean for the players still to get drafted in the 2023 NFL draft. With that, I think that wraps up our coverage. Face mask.
I did want to
Coverage of
mention
the 2023 draft. Go ahead, Will.
just because we're not going to be streaming tomorrow, just a few names to keep an eye out for that are of my list of fantasy potentially relevant rookies.
Izzy.
Rashawn Johnson,
Yep.
running back out of Texas, the running mate with Bijan, excuse me. We'll see, where he goes. Zach Evans out of Ole Miss was a high recruit coming out of high school. Thought to be one of the higher ends. He sort of was kind of find his way at Ole Miss, but he could be somebody. Evan Hull out of Northwestern.
Mm-hmm.
If you guys were watching the combine, he was the one I believe was taking it into the end zone every time, if I'm not mistaken. But he's certainly a guy that's gotten some good conversation around him. I'm looking at Chase Brown out of Illinois. Definitely some issues with pass protection. Little not too small. I mean, 210, had an incredible combine. Senior Bowl was a little questionable, so depending on his landing spot, he could possibly be something. Sean Tucker out of Syracuse. We were talking earlier, not our biggest pick, but
Yeah.
definitely on some people's radar. And then last one I'll mention is Xavier Valade out of Arizona State. I know. Oh no, sorry, forget him. Deuce Vaughn out of Kansas State.
Yes.
Very small. 5'5", 180, but we've seen very small backs that show that explosion, do big things. So keep an eye out for those guys. And then real quick at wide receiver, not too much out of here. Parker Washington's interesting. Penn State's put out some good wide receivers. I'm not a particular fan of A.T. Perry. I know some pundits had him going fairly nicely positioned, but because he's a larger 6'4" player, so could see where he goes. And then Kayshon Boutte falls out of the top 3 rounds, which isn't a surprise because he really fell off after his freshman year. But
Yep.
there's always the tantalizing what could have been based on that early analysis out of his seasons. And then
Sure.
I'm a big fan too of Raheem Jarrett, who has wisps of Stephon Diggs similarities out of Maryland, 6', 192. Stephon Diggs was a 5th round pick. So
Mm.
keep an eye on Raheem Jarrett. Tight ends, not really anyone. Quarterback, not really anyone. So yeah, I think that's it for me.
About does it. I'd say that's a pretty nice recap as it pertains to fantasy. Um, so, like I said, we'll make sure to have some videos for coverage and breakdowns and analysis, some deeper analysis where it's a little bit more catered toward any one specific guy that we decide to highlight. We'll make sure that you guys are taken care of ahead of your dynasty rookie drafts. But that does it for us tonight. Thank you guys for all the engagement and hanging out, not just tonight but last night as well. For these
Definitely.
for these for these 2 big nights. Hope everybody's happy with the results, whether it's your NFL team or your fantasy team, whatever the case may be. Hopefully, it's been a good development in the NFL draft thus far. Again, we will be off tomorrow. We're not going to be streaming for day 3, but by all means, enjoy if you intend to consume the rounds 4 through 7. Otherwise, we will be back this week. We'll do a rookie mock draft on Thursday. I'll be 6 p.m. Eastern on Thursday as usual. We'll also have an opportunity at that point to have some time to really dissect this stuff and sit on it with a couple of days to think about the developments of this draft. But that'll do it for us tonight. Thank you guys again. Thanks, Will, for joining on, making your debut with the live stream. Did a great job. Much
Thank you.
appreciated. Thanks, guys, for sticking with us with some of the technicals that we sorted through, but I think we finally had a bit of a breakthrough in that department as well, which I'm excited about. Have a
Yep,
great night.
definitely.
Everybody enjoy the rest of your weekend. We'll see you guys this week. Thanks,
See you
everybody.
guys.